All these famous questions that people ask non-stop, we will address in this lecture, and we will supply scientific proof to every one of these questions as I mentioned. For instance, to create a table, you don't have to be a genius. You learn 1 or 2 hours and you understand the concept, how it works. To create a computer, you need perhaps years of learning and experience. The computer indicates how great is the creator of the computer as opposed to somebody who just made a table. In that case, when we review our world, the brilliance of the creation of this world, billions of stars and billions of galaxies, everything works in order. We look at the human being, which is the most sophisticated thing in nature. Just the brain of the human being, 10 trillion connections. Just for the argument's sake, if we take all the media companies in the world, all the telecommunication companies, all the satellites, all the wiring, every phone number that people has in the entire world, combine all of them together, it will not reach 1% of a brain of one individual. And this is one person only. Multiplied by 6.4 billion people that run around in this world, look at the previous generation, adds all of them together, we're talking about tens of billions of people. Each one of them with a brain and ligaments and muscles and liver and heart and many other things. Is it possible to think that this entire creation was made by itself, that some people trying to claim? The answer is absolutely not. Nobody would ever believe that even a watch, if a person has a watch and he claimed that the watch was made by a random explosion. He just walked on the street and there was an explosion and all the pieces came together and connected and now it's working for the last few hours. Nobody will take that person serious. On top of that, this is only a watch. Imagine trying to say that the brain of a person was created by some kind of development. It started with an explosion and slowly, pieces came together into place and now it's working, such a sophisticated computer. For those who didn't know, the brain is 80% water, 20% material. And the size of the brain is like the size of an orange, an average orange. And inside this brain, it's all connected in such a sophisticated way. To claim that something like this was able to be created by itself without a creator, it's insane. It doesn't make any sense. Nobody even believe what he claimed, for those people who claim that something like this can come out of just randomly. So the answer is, for sure there is a creator. The fact that we don't know him yet doesn't mean he doesn't exist. We see that everything that the human being needs in the world, he has plenty. For instance, oxygen. 1 minute without oxygen, a person died, or 2 or 3 minutes. But the point is that oxygen everybody needs. Everywhere in the world there was always oxygen, everywhere. We never have shortage of oxygen anywhere we go. Imagine if sometimes there's no oxygen, we have to walk with balloons on our back for emergency that it will happen one day. How life would look. Then the second thing the person needs is water. You have water all over. 72% of the world is water. Then he needs food. We are not talking fancy food, just food to survive, bread. It's a few dollars a week, he can survive. Problem today is that people have big eyes and they want unlimited pleasure and all kinds of bombastic meals. Well, we're not talking about this kind of desires. We're talking just food to survive. The more luxurious is the thing that a person is after, it's getting harder to get it. Why? It's not a necessity. Then one of the other questions we have to address today, is it life after death, as Judaism claims? We have to prove all this. So let's start. According to the Torah, when the Jews received the Torah 3,320 years ago in Mount Sinai, there was 49 days after the exodus of Egypt. The Jews, the Hebrews I should say, were in Egypt for 210 years. Many generations of slavery. Finally, Moses was chosen by God to be the messenger, to be the leader, and take the Jews out of Egypt. As the famous classical story, the Jews exodused Egypt through the ocean, and 49 days, which is exactly 7 weeks after, they stood around Mount Sinai, millions of people, and saw God and Moses having a conversation. The truth is that only the first 2 commandments from the 10 were given to Moses publicly. Everybody heard the first 2 commandments. I am the God that took you out of Egypt. That's the first commandment. The second commandment that everybody heard was, you should not have any other God but me. When God came to say the third commandment, as we read in the Torah, in the chapter of Jethro, the Jews were panicking. They just couldn't tolerate the event. And they say to Moses, please, we can't take this. We're very scared. Why don't you go up to the mountain, speak to this God, and everything he wants us to do, we are willing to do. No questions asked. Later we'll understand. First we do. After all the proofs we saw, we don't have that much to investigate. That was the idea. And Moses told them, don't be afraid. God is not here to harm you. He's only testing you to see, are you faithful enough to follow his laws? And that's how it started. That's basically the beginning, the foundation of Judaism. So we review in the Torah many of the things that affect our life every day, and it's all come down to one question. Is it possible to prove 100% scientifically that this Torah is divine, is really the Word of God, especially when we have a combination of written and oral Torah, 2 Torahs? One is the written, famous book that everybody knows all over the world. But the most important one is the oral laws. It's all the instructions that were given to Moses, and he passed it to the rabbis, and from generation to generation, all of that we have to address. Is it possible to prove 100% all this thing is divine? And that's what we're going to do now. The beginning point, if the Torah was given by God to us, as we know, we cannot find any mistakes there. If we're going to find a human error in the Torah, it would make everything else doubtable. Plenty of doubts. How do I know it's not a second mistake? How can I rely on a book that I already found one human error there? First, it's an indication that there is human interference there. And therefore, since human modified it, even if God gave it, human modify it, we cannot rely on it. Second, maybe it's 100% human. We're not going to dedicate our life and change our habits according to the orders of this book if we're going to have a doubt if this book is divine. It won't be the most clever thing to do. So we have to understand, is it possible to be proven? The answer is absolutely yes. As I'm continuing, today we have more than 80,000 religions and cults in the world, and it's growing tremendously. The first religion in a right chronological order is Judaism. It started 3,320 years ago. There were many cults before that, as the Torah describes. People worship the sun, they worship the moon, all kinds of false belief. But the first public religion that started in front of millions of witnesses 3,320 years ago is the Torah. It's the foundation of Judaism. Then only 1,300 years later, about 2,000 years ago, Christianity started. Islam is less than 1,400 years old. So basically Christianity is only 1,300 years after Judaism started. And Islam is 2,000 years approximately after Judaism started. What about Buddhism? There was a person named Buddha 2,400 years ago. So that's still 900 years after Judaism started. What's the main difference between Judaism to all the other religions and cults that started after? One of the main differences is that every other religion and cult started with the story of one person. Nobody, none of these people who brought their book or brought their claims to the public were able to supply even one sufficient proof that the angel spoke to them or God really gave them a book or mission. None of them. I'll give you an example. Obviously, we don't have time to waste on reviewing 80,000 religions and cults, so we'll speak about the three major one or the fourth major one. We'll start with Islam. In Islam, the story is that one day Muhammad came and claimed that Angel Gabriel gave him the Quran. And that's how it starts, and he nominated him to be another prophet after all the prophets. He never claimed that what took place until now was incorrect. The opposite. In the Quran, major parts of it speaking about God gave the land to the Jews, and Moses, which they call him Musa, but it's the same person, is the prophet of God. And if we have questions from the Quran, we have to review in the Torah. This is all appear in the Quran. And there's no doubt that the Torah was given to the Jews. He just claimed that he is another prophet of the list, the last one. Did he bring any witness that the angel gave him the Quran? The answer, absolutely not. Not even one witness. Later, when we review the Quran, we find many human errors. And I have all the sources with the surahs where it appears in the Quran. It can be reviewed. So, no witnesses. We're reviewing the book. We see human errors. Is it possible to think that God make such human errors? Let's give one or two examples of what does it mean, human errors. He takes some figures from Judaism, like Pharaoh. It's appeared in the Old Testament, in the Torah. And he's speaking about Pharaoh has a meeting with Haman. Haman was a minister in the time of Persia, in the king Ahasuerus. Haman was born approximately 900 to 1,000 years after the last Pharaoh died. There's 1,000 years difference between the pharaohs and the time of Haman in Persia. Pharaoh was in Egypt, Haman was in Persia. According to the Quran, Surah 40, 36, 37, it says that Pharaoh and Haman and their advisor were sinners. They copied that part right. And Pharaoh told his servants, I know you have no other God but me, which means he made himself God. They learned it also from the Torah. And as we continue, it says that I want you to build me a tower that I can go all the way up, etc., etc. But the point here that Pharaoh and Haman could never see each other. The person who wrote that book made a mistake in the right chronological order of the generations, and he thought that Haman and Pharaoh lived at the same time, and he made up an appointment or a meeting between them, which could never take place. As we continue, another example, we know that in history Moses and Aaron were brothers, and they had one sister, her name was Miriam. And also in history there was another famous Miriam, Maria, Mary, depend what nationality you come from. And this Mary was the mother of Jesus. He is Mary, the mother of JC, which lived approximately 2,000 years ago. In the Quran, in Surah 28, verse 7 to 9, it says, it's speaking about the wife of Pharaoh raising Moses. Now we all know, since the Muslims admit that the Jews received the Torah, in our Torah, which was 2,000 years before, it says that the daughter of Pharaoh, her name was Batya, she is the one who found Moses in the Niles, and she took him out and raised him. Not the wife of Pharaoh, the daughter. They made a mistake. They wrote that she was the wife of Pharaoh. Critical mistake, human error. And she says to the people after she found the baby, don't kill him. Maybe we will have a need for him. He will come for us. And they give all kinds of examples. But the main thing here is that it could never be the wife of Pharaoh, because it was the daughter of Pharaoh, and they admitted that the Torah was given to the Jews in public. Another mistake, in Surah 19, 27, 28, it says that Virgin Mary, she is the mother of Jesus, according to Christianity, the New Testament. They speak about her in the Quran. And all of a sudden we find out that this Mary, Miriam in Hebrew, she is the same Mary or Miriam that lived 1300 years prior to that. Which Miriam they claim that it's the same Miriam? The sister of Moses and Aaron, which lived 1300 years before. They mix between two different women, that their name is Miriam, and they made them into one person. And they claim now that Mary or Miriam, she brought the baby in her hand to the people of their town, and they say, "Oh, Maria, what did you bring here? You are the sister of Aaron. Your father wasn't a bad man, and your mother was not a prostitute," which means how you became pregnant if you're not married. So they made the mother of JC the sister of Moses. Such critical mistake that even kids in first grade is unlikely to make. And right after that, Surah 66:12, it says, Maria, the daughter of Amram. Amram is the father of Moses and Aaron. So obviously, they mix between those two individuals. And obviously, God cannot make such foolish mistakes. Many other examples, but of course this is not the subject of this lecture. I just use it as an example for us to understand how do we define human errors in a book that claims to be the work of God. As we continue, I would like to speak a little bit about the New Testament, Christianity. This was written approximately 2,000 years ago. The Christians admit that the Jews received the Torah in Mount Sinai. They just call the Jewish Torah the Old Testament. And they claim that God gave part B, which means where the prophets ended, comes now the story of Mary and Joseph that get engaged. And then he goes out of town and he comes back and he sees his fiancée is pregnant. And what's going on, he asks. And she said, God came to me and made me pregnant. This boy will be something special. This is how it starts. And when we review how the New Testament begins with this story, we find something very, very critical. First, the book describes more than 30 generations between King David to Joseph the carpenter. What's the point? The point is to link Joseph the carpenter to the family of King David. Why? Because since they admit that the Torah is the work of God, in the Torah it says that the Messiah must be a descendant of the family of King David. Has to be a direct connection. That's why they're trying to prove that Joseph, the husband of Mary, he is a grandson of King David. So far everything is clear. Just when they finish describing all the generations, they write that Joseph has nothing to do with the baby. He went away, and when he came back, she was pregnant, and she claimed that God made her pregnant. So the question is, who is the mother of JC? The answer is Mary. Everybody saw. No doubt about that. Who is the father? The answer that Christian will say is God. The question we ask is, God is a grandson of King David? King David is the grandfather of God? Obviously not. Why did you waste almost a whole full page describing more than 30 generations to link Joseph to King David? Because you wanted to show that JC is the son of Joseph and he's the Messiah, because Joseph came from King David. But then you made a critical mistake. You just wrote that Joseph is not the father. Do you really think that God would give a book with such critical mistake? Something to think about. Many other mistakes appear in the New Testament, even more than the Quran. The more years are going by, we find many, many different texts. For instance, there is more than 150,000 different texts, which means if you compare one New Testament to the other, you'll find many different texts. In the Quran, they have hundreds of different versions. The Torah, the Jewish Torah, which is double or triple the amount of time than Christianity and Islam. All the nations were running after the Jews to destroy their Torah. The Jews were moving from one exile to the other. And when the Jews united together in Israel 50, 60 or 80 years ago, they started to come to Israel. They all brought with them the ancient Torah scroll. and it was all the same Torah everywhere in the world. Even though there was no internet, no connection, no telephones, they couldn't know about other communities in the world. Manually with a feather and ink, they were writing 304,805 letters, and it's all the same. Everywhere you go, the Torah is the same. The New Testament, more than 150,000 different versions. I once asked the Christian professor in one of our debates, I asked him, tell me, if I have a diamond, which is $100 million diamond, original one, and I came to present the diamond to the crowd, and each one of the people from the crowd has a special diamond ready to throw at me as soon as I take my real diamond out. But all the other diamonds is a complete, perfect, fake diamonds. Just when I presented the diamond, all of them threw their diamonds at me. And then what? My real diamond got mixed with all the fake diamonds. There's no way to tell. What happened to my diamond? It's gone. The value will never be the same. Every diamond you pick up, it's 1% or 5% chance that maybe it's real. Nobody will pay you $100 million for it. So I told him, even if your claim is real, that really the New Testament was given by God, it's gone from the world because the original copy will never be found. You have 150,000 different modified books that even if it was divine, it's gone because it was modified completely. Different dates, different names, parts are missing, different spelling mistakes. You can see, you can check, 150,000. Everyone copied manually in the old days, 2,000 years ago, before printing was invented, and it's enough that each person made a mistake in one letter. Every person has a different text than his friend because he has one letter wrong than the other one, and the other one has a different letter wrong. And over the years, 2,000 years, or I should say 1,500 years until they started to print, and that's why you have so many different texts. The Muslims were more careful with the Quran to try to copy it in the original way, but people are people and people are subject to human error. That's why there are hundreds of different versions of the Quran. So, one other mistake in the New Testament, in Act 7, it says that Jacob went to Egypt with 75 people. We all know that when we review in the Torah says clearly that Jacob went to Egypt when his son Joseph was already the assistant of the king Pharaoh. Jacob went to Egypt with 70 people. But what happened to God? He forgot. In the New Testament, it says 75 people. And obviously it's a human error. There are, as I said before, more examples of such human errors such as this. And I'll give one last example and we'll move on. According to Christianity, in Matthew 5, verse 17 to 19, there is a will, actually a direction of Jesus to his students. He was a Jew and he died as a Jew. He really never started any religion. The New Testament started between 70 years to 300 years after his death. There's all kinds of opinions. But even if we go on the 70 years, which is the minimal difference, we are talking 4 to 5 generations. The people who wrote the evangelists, Mark, John, Matthew, Luke, never saw JC. Everything they will tell us about him, we will have to either believe them or not. They cannot supply one proof to what they say. I can come and say that my grandfather used to walk on water and he used to make magic and was a holy man. Everything I say, it's either yes or no, 50-50. We'll never have a proof for that. Now it's the question, do you want to believe me or not? Do you want to base your entire life based on a story like this or not? When we begin to review their books, we find so many contradictions. For instance, in one book, it describes all the generation from Joseph the carpenter all the way back in history to King David. And in another book they describe it, but there are more than 20 different mistakes. Over here it's described A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and over there it's a complete different orders with different names. What really happened in history? Is this the right way or is this the right way? Both of them cannot be correct. God doesn't make such contradictions. In history, in generations, in the right order, it's impossible. Here is an example from Matthew 5. This is what JC tells his student. Do not think I came to contradict the Torah or the prophets. I did not come to contradict, I came to fulfill. I'm telling you today, if heaven and earth will be destroyed, you can still not erase one letter from the Torah, even a part of the letter. They will all remain forever. Therefore, if someone will contradict one of the smallest commandments and will teach differently to others, will be cursed by the kingdom of heaven. Again, Matthew 5:17 to 19, which means, according to the hero of Christianity, which is JC himself, no one of his followers is allowed to modify the one instruction from the Torah. For instance, his followers are not allowed to eat pork, because the Torah says it's forbidden. They're not allowed to violate the rules of the Sabbath. And many other examples. Obviously, we don't see Christians that follow the laws of the Torah. They have their own laws which contradict completely the Torah. So what happened? If you're faithful to JC, why don't you listen to him? If he is the most important figure in Christianity, the mandatory thing would be that every Christian in the world, there's close to 2 billion Christians in the world, they will follow his instructions strictly. And yet we find that nobody listens to his orders. And it's clearly in the New Testament. I gave 2 or 3 examples here. The truth is that I have hundreds of examples. And we don't have the time to show all of them. If you're interested, just go into my website, divineinformation.com, and you click the debate, and you watch a 3-hour debate, and you're going to see many more examples of what human errors are considered. We move on. As one more last thing about mistakes in the New Testament is that it says that the cave when Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is buried is in the city of Nablus. Shechem, Nablus. Everybody knows that it's in the city of Hebron. What happened to God? He doesn't remember where is the cave of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? Is it possible, such a thing? Is it possible that in a book that claimed to be the work of God will be such human errors? The answer, of course not. The conclusion is very simple. God never gave Quran. God never gave the New Testament. People wrote it, and people, as genius as they may be, they make mistakes, contradiction, because it's very difficult to write such a long book in 1 or 2 days. It takes weeks. And therefore, a person doesn't remember what he wrote a week ago, especially when he fakes this entire scenario. That's why it's full of human errors. However, when you review the 24 books of the Bible, from Genesis to the Songs of Songs, the 5 books of Moses, which is the main Torah, and then 19 other books who came after in a generation when the prophets were coming and adding more prophecies that God gave them, you will not be able to find any human errors. Now remember, the Torah is a combination of the written and the oral laws. Combination. You cannot understand one of the 613 commandments that the Torah gave the Jews without reviewing the oral laws. God separated between the written Torah to the oral Torah. The reason is because he did not want the entire world to have the secrets of his book. That's why he gave brief names of the commandments with no instruction how to do. And verbally, he taught Moses how to do, what to do, and how to teach to others. The Jews kept it strictly all the years. It passed from father to son. It's very important to understand. The Torah gave 613 laws. It would be much easier to give an even number, 600, 700, 500. Why 613? The answer is the human body is a combination of 613 parts. 248 organs, 365 ligaments, which means if we review the Torah, we see 248 positive obligations, which means you should do, you should do, you should do. How many? 248. Each one connects to one organ in a body. 248 organs, 248 obligations, commandments to do. How many ligaments in a body? 365 ligaments, the Torah says. And for each one of them, there is one restriction in the Torah. You should not kill, you should not steal, and so forth and so on. So it's a perfect match. Actually, the Torah says that first was the Torah and then came the world. And God created the world based on reviewing the blueprint, which is His Torah. Torah in Hebrew means instructions. Instruction how to live, how to do business, how to get married, how to raise children, and many other instructions. That's called Torah. So we review the Torah. First, as I said, we have one Torah, not 150,000 and not even 200. It's one Torah all over the world. 304,805 ligaments. How do we know the Torah was given from God? Let's review it carefully. Please pay attention. When I come today to secular Jews, they don't keep any of the commandments and try to convince them to become observant of the instructions of the Torah. First reaction is, leave me alone, I'm happy with the way I am, I'm not interested to change, it's too difficult, you know. What would be the chance that I will speak to millions of people and overnight all of them will become religious? I bring them a book, I say God sent me, I'm the prophet, every one of you has to listen to me, here is the book, here is your copy. Everybody has to change from one side to the other, completely. What's the chance? Close to zero. Millions of people would agree right away. It's almost impossible. But yet in history something like this did happen. Moses came to millions of people and he gave them a book and they all adopted the book and started to live according to the rules. How did it happen? We have to understand, we have to investigate. We use our common sense. If we review the 613 laws, we find, first of all, that some of them are difficult to keep. It's not so easy. And we also find that approximately 80% of them, not only we cannot understand in a human logic, it's actually, some of them are against human logic. For instance, the entire concept of the sacrifices. A person make a sin, the animal supposedly paying the price. People cannot understand. Where is this? It's not fair. One commandment in the Torah, if you see a bird in a nest, get rid of the mother, send her away and take the eggs or the chicks and put them somewhere, and thanks to that you should have long life. Doesn't make sense. Nobody, first of all, it looks like cruelty, and second, what's the connection between this to long life? Nobody understands. Make sure once a year you clean your house from breadcrumbs and every chametz, everything that made from the 5 kinds of grains should not be in your house for the days of Passover. Nobody understands the logic. Many other examples. Some of the commandments are very logical. You should not kill, you should not steal, respect your father and mother. Everybody understands that. But for that you didn't really need Torah, it's common sense. I am talking about the major part of the Torah where most of it cannot be understood. And some of it, it's against our thinking. The answer to that is very simple. If Moses, God forbid, was a faker, or anybody who was trying to write the Torah, the first thing he would do, he will bring a very easy book to keep, not to make people rebel against him. He should make the people be interested to accept this change in their life. Why should they make it too difficult? Give 5 or 6 commandments. Make sure they understand that you're the leader and you're the boss here. They give you some charity, donations, whatever, and finished. Why you make such a hard thing? You're actually defeating your own purpose, if you're a faker. Second thing is, you brought some of the commandments that risk your life. I'll give an example, 1 or 2. When Moses gave them the book, this is the only book in history that the book that was given to the public supposedly by God, right? Everybody claimed that God gave them a book after. But here we have millions of witnesses that receiving a book from Moses. When they open up the book and they read, who are they reading about? About themselves. No other book, no other religious book later address the people who are receiving it as part of the book. The Jews are the integral part of the book. Most parts of the Torah describing what happened to them in Egypt, in the exodus of Egypt, and even describing how they accept the Torah. If the 100 miracles that describes in the Torah, when some of them are against all odds, blood in Egypt, frogs everywhere, hail are falling from heaven, every firstborn Egyptian is falling and dying, the 10 plagues, and the exodus of Egypt, the Jews are going through, and the Egyptians with their heavy army are drowning, and then bread is falling from heaven, and so many miracles described there. When the Jews receive the Torah, all they have to do is to find one human error in a book. Who knows better than them what really happened in reality? Since the book describing what happened to the Jews themselves, and they are the one who reviewing it now, the first thing they had to do is raise their hand. Excuse me, Moses, what is this dream? You brought us this book, you claim that God gave it to you, very fine. But when we review it, there are things that never happened to us. It says that we were in Egypt. I don't remember we were in Egypt. It says that God split the ocean for us and we went through. I don't remember such a thing. It says that I'm receiving bread from heaven every day. I don't receive it. But the most important critical thing here, that inside the Torah it describes that God is speaking to Moses himself. And all the nation of Israel is listening to this dialogue. If Moses was pretending that somebody is whispering in his ear and he pretends that he's answering back, you're right. Maybe it's all a show. But here, inside the text, it says that all of you that I'm giving you today the book, all of you heard me, Moses, speaking to God. Yes or no? No other way. If you heard me, I cannot fake such a thing. I cannot fake conversation with God. God is speaking to me from heaven. So that means all of you heard. No questions asked. You don't need proofs anymore. God nominated me to be the leader. If one of you did not hear me, then he would scream to everyone, I'm sorry, I never heard. And that's the first mistake in the Torah. Judaism will never start. Nobody will agree, especially when they were trying to do everything to avoid. Nobody wants now hard work and to change his life completely. Yet, it becomes even more sophisticated. Thousands of them were married to their aunts, which means your father is, let's say, 40 and you are 20, and your father has a young sister, she's 18, and you want to marry her, no problem. There are people who get married when they're cousins. They still get married until this day. So before the Torah was given, it was perfectly legal to marry your aunt. Your father has a young sister, you like her, you grew up together in the same environment. Why not to marry her? You know her very well. So, thousands of the Jews were married to their aunts. When Moses gave them the Torah and they opened it up, one of the commandments, the restrictions was, you should not marry your aunt, you should not touch her. She's forbidden to you. Now remember, keep in mind that many of them had 10 or even more children at that time. So now they just found out they cannot touch their wives. This is a real tragedy for them. People like this, that just found out that basically their personal life is over, they would cooperate with Moses, or they'll do everything they can to destroy him before he will destroy them, supposedly. The answer is, of course, they will try to resist him. But in reality, all the nation of Israel changed overnight. And until these days, Jews all over the world following these instructions and giving it from generation to generation. All it needed to be is one of them would raise his hand and say, I'm very sorry. All these things did not happen. You want me to divorce my wife? So the answer is no. It's not that I want you. God gave me this book and I'm only passing it to you. The most bizarre thing that we can think of, that even Moses' father, Amram, was married to Yocheved, which was his aunt. Would Moshe go against his own parents? It gets even better. When Moses went up to the mountain, he told them, prepare prepare everything for me. I'm giving you the Torah, we will get the Torah. Actually, 3 days before, God told him, prepare everyone to be holy, to rinse themselves in water, not to touch their wives, to prepare for the acceptance of the Torah. This is 7 weeks after the exodus of Egypt. So, they prepare meat. They slaughter cows, sheep. They prepare tons of meat. To feed millions of people, you need thousands of cows and sheep. When Moses brought them the Torah, this is the holiday of Shavuos, they just found out that all the meat that they prepare for the holiday, it's not kosher. They cannot use it because it was slaughtered with a regular knife. They didn't know the law of slaughtering yet. So they had to throw perhaps millions of dollars into the garbage as the beginning, before they even get into the Torah, right away to get rid of all the meat. And that's what they had to do, and that's what they did. And that's why in Jewish custom until today, for 3,320 years, every year the Jews eat dairy food on the holiday of Shavuot. Why? There was no time to prepare new meat. You have to slaughter the animal, to put salt, to wait until all the blood comes out. It's hours. It takes a long time. There was no time. The holiday started. So that's a custom that is being transferred from generation to generation. When we review the Torah in Deuteronomy chapter 4, we find something very interesting. The Torah says, God says to the Jews, one day, if you're not going to be faithful to me and will not keep my laws, I will spread you in all the nations, in all the countries, as we can see today. I will spread you in all the nations, and only very few of you will remain. As I'm directing you in different countries, God says. And over there, you will follow false religion. The religion of the wood and the religion of the stone. What does it mean, the religion of the wood, the religion of the stone? The answer is, the symbol of Christianity is the wood cross. That's what the Christians say, knock on wood. The symbol of Islam is the stone in Saudi Arabia, in Mecca, the city of Mecca. There's a big rock there. They all go there every year in the Ramadan. It's very interesting. Because the Torah already 1,300 years before Christianity started and almost 2,000 years before Islam, the Torah already speaking that the Jews would live in countries that people worshipping false religions. You may think that I did not supply you with the right sufficient proof, so it gets a little bit further. What does it say? We have equal mathematical skip inside the text. Codes are hidden inside the text. An equal minimal skip of 50 letters. Inside the letters, the CD, Mecca, Mem, Kaf, Hey in Hebrew, 3 letters, appears in equal skip between the Mem, the Chaf, and the Hey in this verse. It gets even better. The word Yeshu, which means Jesus, Yud, Shin, Vav, 3 letters, appear in the same verse in equal mathematical skip of 50, Yud, Shin, and Vav. 2 words that symbolize Christianity and Islam are hidden inside the text of the Torah close to 2,000 years before they came. Is it possible for a human being to write a book and give it to people and inside write that there will be a person named Jesus and a city called Mecca and that symbolize 2 phony man-made religion? Is it possible? What person would know such a thing? The answer is no person, only the creator of the world. We move on. As my next example, the Torah says to the Jews, be very careful, do not modify the Torah, do not add 1 word, 1 letter, or do not erase 1 letter. This is in Deuteronomy chapter 4. So, it's very interesting because over the generation the Jews knew that it's subject to penalty and severe punishment. They were very careful to copy it in the original way. Once every 7 years, the king or the leaders would gather the people in groups and go over the entire Torah and make sure that nobody copy it wrong. And there was one exceptional here and there. They were match their Torah to the majority of the people and see that they have a mistake. And they they fixed the mistake immediately, and that's how they kept the Torah in the original way. And one of the very interesting things is we review in Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 32 to 35, this is what it says. God said to the Jews, go and check in history. From the time God created Adam on earth, from one side of the world to the other side of the world, did a nation ever heard the voice of God speaking to him from the fire with magics and strong hand? Did God ever try to take a group of people from a larger group of people and to make a covenant between him and them? Did it ever happen? It will never happen. There's a promise right here in the Torah that God promised to the Jews, even though there will be many people who come later on and fake a beginning of a new religion, I, God, will make sure that the stories of these people will only be a story of one individual with no witnesses. I will prevent in any way that this person will bring any witnesses to back up the story. Even though we know it's a lie, you still can fake and bring two phony witnesses to back up your story by teaching them what to say. God say, trust me, I will never let it happen. Why? I don't want to confuse my nation, the Jews. You are the only one who witnessed the event of receiving the Torah. Your prophet Moses received it, and you witnessed the event, and you heard the voice of God. Soon we're going to see how Moses was basically not interested to get the mission that God gave him, and only after God assured him that he's going to bring him in front of everyone and speak to him, everybody will believe in him forever. So the Torah promised nobody will ever start a religion with witnesses. Now, as I told you before, more than 80,000 times people came and claimed that they have a new religion. Well, not once they could think about bringing few witnesses. How can it be? The answer is the Torah made a guarantee. If one of them would bring a group of witnesses and bribe them, we will have a very serious problem in the Torah, because the Torah promised something like this will not happen. Do you know of a book that was written by a human being, by a person, that can promise such a thing for the next 3,000 years? What person has such ability to write in a book and give it to millions? I will prevent any other religion to start from more than one person. Do you think a person is capable of promising such a thing? The answer is absolutely not. The next proof is, as I said before, God says to Moses, anyway, the nation of Israel will not believe me. They'll tell me, we don't believe that God sent you to take us out of Egypt. When we think about it, God should have been upset. He should have told Moses, why don't you just listen to my orders and trust me? Just do what I tell you. That's not what he says. He actually agreed with his claim. And he told him something very interesting. He told him, I'm coming to you from the clouds around the mountain, and I will speak to you, and after they hear my voice speaking to you, they will believe in you for eternity. And that's exactly what happened. From here, just from here alone, it's clear 100% that every other religion and cult that started after with the story of one individual could never be real. Never ever. Why? God is not interested to give a new religion or a new prophecy to someone whispering in his ears or in a closed room. The opposite. God told Moses, you're right about your claim. I will speak to you in front of everyone because I'm interested that they will follow my laws and my orders for their own benefit. Why will I hide with you somewhere and whisper it to your ear that they all will have 50% doubt forever if it really happened or not? So we see that God's idea was to give his truth to the people publicly, not like Mary came in a dream and nobody can ever prove it, or like Muhammad came from the desert and claimed he got it from the angel Gabriel with no witnesses whatsoever, or Buddha came 2,400 years ago and claimed he saw the light. Nobody ever witnessed that event, and so forth and so on. As I move on, I move to the next proof. You know, when we review the Torah, the obligations to the nation of Israel is different than what people think. When you ask a person, do you believe in God? Some say yes, some say no, some say I'm not sure, some say 90%, some people say I have some doubts. There's all kinds of opinions. The Torah never obligated the Jews to believe in God. The opposite. In science, believing means not knowing. When a person says, I believe in something 70%, he actually said, I do not believe in that something 30%. If you say, I believe 99%, that means you still have 1% doubt. But the Torah did not say to believe in God. The Torah said to know that God exists. To know that He gave the Torah. To know that He's the boss of everything. To know that everything that happens in this creation needs His approval. Nothing can happen without His decision if it should happen or not. Nothing whatsoever. All these obligations appear in the Torah in the language you should know, not you should believe. I can give some examples. In Exodus 6, you should know I'm your God. And in Exodus 17, you should know I'm your God. And in Exodus 31, you should know it's a sign between me and you for generations to know that I am your God, not to believe, to know. And Deuteronomy 4, it says, your eyes saw to know that God is the master. Deuteronomy 4, it says, you should know today and return it into your heart that God is the only one, there was no other before Him, and there will never be another one after Him. So obviously we see the entire obligation is speaking about knowledge. We can see also from the kings and from the prophets, the prophet Ezekiel, he says, you should know I'm your God. And Jeremiah say, I gave them a heart to know me, that I am their God. Joshua chapter 4, that all the nations should know the hand of God, should know, not believe. And many other examples. There's only one time in the entire Bible that God is using the word belief. Very interesting. This is in Isaiah 43, verse 10. It says, you should know and believe me and understand that I am your God, there was no other God before me, and there will never be another. So what's the right order? First, you should know, 100% knowledge, not belief. And then believe that everything I promise eventually is going to happen. And then you will understand one day, not necessarily immediately, it will take maybe time, but this is the right order. Knowledge, belief, and understanding. So, now we have a big question. If God ordered me and everyone here in this creation to know Him, to know He's the boss, to know He gave us the Torah and all this, I cannot prove His existence with my 5 senses. I cannot see Him, I cannot smell Him, I cannot taste Him, I cannot touch Him, and I cannot hear Him. So my 5 senses, I was created with 5 senses. I operate every day with those 5 senses. They help me to function. And yet we see that with these 5 senses, there's no way for me to prove that God exists. So what's going on here? The answer is, there are many, many things in our life that we trust 100%, even though it cannot be proven with the 5 senses. For instance, radio waves. Almost everything from our life is affected by radio waves. You get on a plane, you land in the other side of the world, the plane finds its destination through radio waves, radar, radio waves. Can you prove with the 5 senses they exist? I'm not talking the new technology that they made today. All the generation, could you prove radio waves exist? No, but everybody understands they do. Why? Somebody in Los Angeles speak, and a minute later, everybody in New York, a second later, everyone in New York is watching him live. How did it get from LA to the box here in your living room? Through the air. What is it? We don't know. But we know for sure there's something that transmits broadcasting from one place to the other. Or intelligence. Can you prove with the five senses if intelligence exists? One Jewish kid in Russia in the communist days, the teacher over there say, we don't believe in religion, we are communist. Whatever cannot be proven with the five senses does not exist. So this little Jewish boy got up and said, in that case, you don't have any intelligence. And she said, why are you having the nerve to talk to your teacher like this? And he said, I'm very sorry, I'm not trying to be rude. Based on what you just said, can we prove with the five senses where is your intelligence? Show it to me. If a person is dead and they open up his brain, will they be able to point right here, that's where he was collecting all his information and all his intelligence? Of course not. It's something spiritual. We cannot point in the body where is the intelligence. Does that mean it doesn't exist? Of course not. And many other examples. How do we, after all, know 100% that God exists and He gave us the Torah? So we go back to what we started. First, the brilliance of the creation leaves no doubt that it had to be a creator. The more sophisticated is the creator, is the creation, it indicates about the brilliance of the creator. Did you ever find something in life that was created by someone without a purpose? A table has a purpose, a laptop computer has a purpose, a camera has a purpose, a light has a purpose, everything has a purpose. We'll never find one thing in life that doesn't have a purpose. Nobody ever made something for no purpose. First, the creator think about what he wants, what he needs, and based on that, he decides how to create what he needs. Based on that, based on the requirements. There's an order in a creation. So, the most sophisticated things in nature is the human being. We are the most advanced machine in all life. We control all the animals, we use them for our benefits, trees, everything that we have. It was all created for us. Is it possible to think that God created us for no purpose, just put us here just to live like animals? In that case, why didn't He make us animals? What was the purpose of our creation? And the answer is, when we review the Torah, we get the answers to all these questions. So we know the creation is very sophisticated. It indicates about the brilliance of the Creator. We understand that we were created for a purpose, but we don't know yet what's the purpose. We don't know yet. We will know soon. Not as of yet. And we continue to review. We have ways of investigations that we can analyze things through our head. For instance, Judaism said that there are three different categories of thinking, of knowledge. One called Chokhmah, intelligence. One called Bina, which means wisdom. And one called Da'at. Da'at means the ability to translate what you learn and what you gain with knowledge and actually translate it to actions, which means to control your desires and choose the right things that needs to be done, to eliminate, sometimes needs to be eliminate your feelings, and to think rationally what needs to be done at this given moment. There are three different things. Intelligence is very easy. You hear the story and you understand. Go 10 blocks, make a right, 3 blocks, make a left, and so forth and so on. Wisdom is the ability. That means, the Bina means the ability to get things out of the story that were not told to you clearly. Which means they say 2 times x equals 6. We know that x is 3. How do we know? We have a way to investigate. Nobody ever told us that. They say on the radio that somebody killed somebody and the police found mud on the rug. We know it was a rainy day. Nobody said it on the news. We are able to find the missing details in a story. That's called Bina, the ability to know one thing from the other. That is the most important thing. Which means the Torah says, if you have it, if you reach that level, you are the most perfect human being on earth. If you don't have it, you have nothing. What do you mean? I have buildings, I have real estate, I have cars, I have jewelry. It counts nothing. Why you don't have da'at? Means the ability to control your desires and not being an animal, being a human being with a free choice and express it to the right direction. You don't have it, you have nothing, the Torah says. Torah says, but if you have it, you don't have maybe a house, you don't have a car, maybe you don't have money, You hardly have clothes to wear, but you have that. You are fulfilling your purpose in life, which further we're going to discuss this even more. We are starting now the second part of the lecture, and there are many ways to analyze Judaism and the Torah and to prove that it can never ever be given by a human being. No human being whatsoever, even all the people combined with all the technology that we have today, take the greatest people ever lived, combine all their intelligence together, they won't be able to write one chapter in the Torah. Not even one. No people, as smart as they may be, can tell the future, what's going to happen 1,000 years or 2,000 years later. No people in the creation has complete control on nature. Nobody. Do you know a person that know any species, any animal that lives here, ever lived here before? Obviously, we don't have this ability. Let's see in details some of the things that are appeared in the Torah that leaves no doubt that can never be written by a human being. First way to analyze the Torah is the way it was transferred from generation to generation. The second way is the mathematical equal skips that the Torah has. There are hidden codes inside the text. Mathematical minimal, I repeat, minimal is very important. Codes, equal skips of letter that the creator, the writer of the Torah planted words in this time, 3,320 years ago, and those words apply to our generation, leaders in our time, events that we have right now, current events, are appeared inside the Torah. Obviously, no person was able to write about what's going on in our time 3,320 years ago. As I said before, prophecies, the Torah is full of prophecies. Of course, the prophets is full of prophecies. There are divine wisdom in a book that a person was unable to know. There is complete control which comes to psychology and archaeology. Everything the archaeologists ever found, first they digged inside the Torah and inside the prophets and the kings. And based on the Torah over there, they knew where to start digging. They did not look in any other book. The source of all the archaeologists all over the world is what the Torah says. When the Torah spoke about King David, they knew where he lived and they were looking for his tower and his city, and they found it. When the Torah speaks about the altar that Joshua built after they came out of Egypt and he took Moses' place, it's a mountain called Eval. They went over there and they found that altar. If without the source, they'll never know where to find. So that's archaeology. The archaeology confirmed the story of the Torah 100%. Psychology. What does it mean, psychology? Psychology means if Moses, God forbid, is a faker like some people wants to claim, why will he write about himself in a Torah that is stuttering? You will never find one derogatory comment about Jesus in the New Testament. One hint against Muhammad in the Quran. Never, in no Muslim books or Christian books, ever you'll find criticism against those heroes. But when you review Jewish books, the 24 books of the Bible, they are full of criticism. God gave it to the prophets or to the king of that time or to Moses before that. And the Torah and the prophets and the kings is full of criticism. Negative comments against the Jewish heroes, the leaders, if they did something wrong. All the positive as well. But the negative is mentioned 100%. Nobody cover things under the rug. Why? Because it's an objective divine book. All the other books were written by people who worship that symbol. And obviously they were not interested to write the truth about them. Only what they wanted you to know. But the Torah, since it's divine, it's giving you 100% objective picture. That's why you hear that Moses was punished. He did not enter the land. God got upset at him. And many other examples. And some of the mistakes that the nation of Israel did. If a faker wrote it, he will never tell you that God got upset at the Jews and gave them here and there punishments. He would never write such a thing, only the good things. So obviously we see that it's not a fake book. It was originally given by the Creator. Also, many other things inside the Torah leaves no doubt whatsoever that the Torah was never able to be written by few sources. Only one source from the beginning to the end, because it's built in a special way that one person could never continue where the previous one stopped. That's also hidden codes inside the text that one would never be able to continue because he didn't know the hidden codes. Only in our times when we have computers, we are able to find such things. But in the old days, there was no way to know. So obviously people who wrote it could never know where to continue because it's full of codes from the beginning of the book to the end. So this is some of the ways to prove that the Torah is divine. It gets better as we move on. The first actual proof that I want to show from science is that the Torah describes what the Jews are allowed to eat. And this is what the Torah says to the Jews in Deuteronomy chapter 14, verse 9. The Torah says, this is what you're allowed to eat in the water. Everything that have fins and scales, you are allowed to eat. God said to the Jews, I put 2 witnesses in the body of all the species who live in the oceans. If you find scales and fins in the body of that creature, you're allowed to eat it. Whether it's a fish, whether it's something else, it doesn't matter. 72% of the world is water. How deep we were able to reach? So the indication that we have is 11.5 kilometers, which is about 8 miles, about. Very deep. There are more than 40,000 different kinds of fish. There are billions of different species in the ocean. When the Torah was given, more than half of them were not exist. Why? They merge together, they create new species all the time. Artificially, scientists all over the world are mixing between different kinds of species to create new ones for different reasons. Those who are there are included in what the Torah says to the Jews. In any generation, the Torah is for you and your children until the end, the Torah says, forever. What you want to eat needs to have 2 signs, fins and scales. This is the written part of this commandment. What about the oral part? When we go into the oral Torah, so the Mishnah was given in groups, Mishnayot. In the chapter of Nida, chapter 6, the 9th Mishnah, this is what it says. Everything that have scales, for sure have fins. I repeat. Everything you're going to find in the ocean from now until the end of this material world. If you found scales that you scratch it and they are falling off, at the same body, I promise you, you also have fins, guarantee. You don't have to investigate, guarantee. Which means, if a Jew is sick in a hospital and somebody brought him half a fish, he doesn't see the fins, but he sees scales. Here, you can cook it for yourself for lunch. And he sees scales, he doesn't need to see the fins. Why? The oral law promise by the creator of all fish and all the oceans, if you have scales, for sure you have fins. Don't worry about it. First question, why the writer of the book is trying to impress me by scientific knowledge? The Torah, after all, is a religious book. It's instructions what to do spiritually. Why are you trying to impress me that you have a complete knowledge about the whole world? Question number 1. Question number 2, do you know a person that is able to write 3,320 years ago that you will never find from billions and trillions of things that are moving in all the oceans? You'll never find even one that has scales and doesn't have fins? It's impossible. In order for you to write such a thing, you have to write simultaneously everything that exists right now in a wall and to write. You will never find such a thing. No person has this ability, only the Creator himself. Plus, we see right here that he has a complete control about the future, because he was not talking only about his time. He's talking from his time until the end of the creation, which means forever, as long as the world exists. Do you know a person that has complete knowledge and control to prevent such a thing from happening in the future? that one day they'll be able to merge two different species and create something with scales that doesn't have fins? Just all we have to find is one snake with scales. Snakes don't have fins, they have tails. That, God forbid, will be the first mistake in Judaism. Obviously, something like I just mentioned to you now could never ever be written by a human being as brilliant as he may be. Only by the creator of the world. And this is one out of thousands of examples. We're going to show a few of them there. The rest you can always find later on. As I'm going now to the second example, to the second proof, as the Torah says that when it comes to eating, also there is a formula. Two witnesses. It needs to chew his cud, the animal. In order for the animal to be kosher, it needs to chew his cud. The animal processes their food. And have split hooves in the bottom, in their legs. That's the two signs in order for it to be kosher. Today, we know, we have in the archives more than 2 million different species of animals. 2 million, we name them. And it's very interesting that the Torah comes and describes to the Jews which animals are kosher, like cow and sheep and even a deer. It's kosher animals, that if a person wants to eat it, a Jew is allowed. It's very interesting. The Torah says, but be careful, there are 4 animals that may fool you, and they are not kosher. Don't be fooled by them. This is in Leviticus chapter 11, the Torah says, everything that have split hooves and chew his cud is kosher. But the Torah says, but be careful. There are 4 exceptional animals that may fool you. They may fool you. How they fool you? They have only one sign. And this one sign may lead you to think that they're also kosher. Be careful, they are not. Only 4 out of 2 million. The camel, the pig, the rabbit, and the hare. Either they chew their cud or they have split hooves. Chewing his cud means after the food arrives to the stomach, it comes out, it exits the body into the mouth or in the back of the animal, and the animal swallow it again back into the system and redigest it. You know, so that's called ma'ale gera. In Hebrew means chew his cud. There are different ways of doing it. The concept is to redigest the food, re-swallow it and redigest it. The rabbit, the hare, the camel, and the pig, 4. All it needs that one person, one scientist or anybody will bring a 5th kind of animal. It will bring something out of nowhere and say, I just found this animal and it also has one sign, but it's not mentioned in the Torah. So therefore there are more than 4, but the Torah said there's only 4. What happened to God? He did not know what he created? He doesn't see the future? Torah says he controls the future 100%. In that case, we will have to admit that it will be the first mistake in the Torah. Don't forget, 3,320 years. Everybody is still searching for that animal. What do you think? They're going to find one? The answer is absolutely not. Why? Torah is divine. God gave it, and he knows what he put here in the world. We have to admit that no human being, even today with today's technology, can memorize 2 million different names of animals, to know their internal creation and their external creation, to see all of them simultaneously, how they mix and create all kinds of new things, and to promise that there are only 4 and not more. That's obviously divine information, not human information. We move on. I'm going to the next example. We are now going into some astronomy, and as I said, the Torah has many different proofs that we use, and this is one of the examples. The Torah says, speaking about Earth, our world is a round world. It's in space, standing in space with no foundation. It turns around its center 1,700 kilometers an hour. And it shifted a little bit to the side, 28 degrees. And we are one of the 9 stars in the Milky Way. This is information that we know from science. And also, obviously, the Torah is speaking about it. But I'm going now to show a part from the Zohar, from the Kabbalah, the mystic part of Judaism, as the Zohar describing many discoveries that we found only in the last 500 years. But remember, this was written 2,000 years ago, but it was given to Moses 3,320 years ago in Mount Sinai as a part of the entire Torah. The Zohar says, the Kabbalah, the whole world is turning around like a ball. Until 500 years ago, everybody argued about the shape of the world. Is it flat? Is it round? Is it has different shapes? No one was sure 100%. Columbus, when he went on his famous trip and ended up in the same port, then the argument ended. It was 500 years ago. People realized the world is round. The Zohar was 1,500 years before Columbus. And the Zohar said the entire world is round like a ball and is in a round movement. 2 major discoveries. Not only is round like a ball, it's also moving, even though we cannot see it. We are here. Obviously, a person was unable to know such a thing at that time. So we are turning around. The third discovery that we can find in the Kabbalah, in the Zohar, and there are people who live in different parts of the ball. One in one side and the others on the other sides. And they are different in their face, image, and color based on the climate of every one of these continents where they live. Very interesting. So, only 100 years ago, in the beginning of the previous century, the scientists found that the genes of the people are influenced by the air and the climate where they live. So if your genes are into the white color, or you have genes that go into the dark color, it's all depend where you're going to live. After hundreds of years, the white slowly can turn into dark, or the other way around. So that's explain why in some parts of the world it's all black people, and in other parts it's all blonde people with blue eyes. And the only nation who looks like everyone are the Jews. You have Chinese Jews, you have black Jews, you have blonde Jews, you have dark Jews, you have Jews that looks like European, all kinds of Jews. Because the Jews is the only nation who were moving from one place to the other, running away from the pogroms and the problems that they had. They always live in different countries. They never had, in the last 2,000 years, a place to live after the destruction of the Second Temple. So the Zohar says the genes are influenced by the air that we breathe. Today it's a scientific fact. The fourth one, it's all in one page in the Zohar. The fourth one is, it says that you should know that once it's darkness in one side of the ball, it's light to the other, which means he knew the relationship between earth and the sun. The sun is 100 times wider than the earth. And the distance from the sun to the earth, it starts, the heat inside the sun is 15 million degrees Celsius. By the time it gets to earth, it's 30 degrees, 35, 25, exactly what the people need to live. Very interesting. And the Zohar continue and say there are people on the top of the ball, and there are people in the bottom. What do we learn from here? Gravity. People are not falling into space, a magnet. The Zohar knew about it way before the scientists found out about it. And also, one other thing, it says there's a place on earth that it's always light there. And there's a short period of time of darkness. He's talking about the North Pole, when they have long seasons that it's all dark, and they have long seasons that it's all white. But even when it's all dark, when it's all light out there, there's a very short period of time that it becomes dark and then becomes light again. Now remember, the first time in history that a person arrived to the North Pole was 1908, only 100 years ago. This was written 2,000 years ago. 1900 years before, a person stepped on the North Pole. How did he know? A person could never write such a thing in a book so many years ago. So this is all information that leaves no doubt that the person was unable to write it. Only the creator of the world was able to give such information. And the Jews never claim that they discover it or that they are great scientists. No. They admit this is all that what we received in Mount Sinai from our God. We did not discover it. We just have it and we transfer it from generation to generation. The next example, it's from the Talmud and the chapter of Brachot, page 32, speaking about the number of the stars in the universe. As we know, until the year 1608, when Galileo Galilei came with his telescope, which was 6 feet wide, the whole entire world, they were thinking that there is between 6,000 to 8,000 stars in the entire universe. Obviously, we couldn't see more than that, so that's what people thought. They were standing on mountains and counting the number of the stars, and this was basically what people believed. When Galileo raised his telescope for the first time, they found that there are many more stars that we couldn't see. So the world understood that there are many more galaxies that we couldn't see until now. When we review the Gemara, the Talmud, we find something very interesting. The Gemara brings a conversation between God and the nation of Israel, of the chief rabbis of that time, and God saying to the chief rabbis, to the sages, I created 12 sections in heaven, 12 different sections. This is, by the way, where the horoscope is coming from, the signs and everything, the 12 signs. And in each section I created 30 army, and in each army I created 30 legion. And in each legion I created 30 raton. And in each raton I created 30 karaton. And in each karaton I created 30 gistera. And in each gistera I hung 365,000 multiplied by 10,000 stars, which is 4 more zeros. And all of that I created for the nation of Israel. And you have the nerve to ask, how did I forget you and how did I neglect you? So it's a conversation between the sages to God. They complain after the destruction of the second temple, dear God, how did you do that to us? And the answer of God is, this is what I created, and all of that I did for my children, the nation of Israel. As the Torah says in another place, you are my children, I chose you from all the nation to be mine. So it's clear in many different places. And I did all of that for you. And you have the nerve to think that I would ever leave you? Let's calculate together what it comes down to. 12 section, it's 12 times 30 times 30 times 30 times 30 times 30 times 365,000. Add 4 more zeros. What do we get? 10 to the power of 19 stars, which means 1 and 18 digits after. This was written 2,000 years ago approximately, and that's actually was given to Moses in Mount Sinai 3,320 years ago. And let's see what the scientist has to say in our generation about the number of the stars in the universe. In 1990, Dr. T. Brewhurst from Queen Mary College in London had a research with mega computers, and he found there's 10 to the power of 19 stars in the universe. The interesting part is that the Gemara divides it to 7 different categories. We have what the Gemara say mazalot, sections, the scientists called galactic cell. What the Gemara says chayil, army, local groups of galaxies, the science called. What the Torah say legion, they call galaxies. What the Torah say raton, they call galactic areas. What the Torah calls karaton, they say groups of galaxies. What the Torah says gistera, they say globular group of stars. What the Torah says stars, they also call stars, which is very interesting. 7 sections, each one is inside the other, all together 10 to the power of 19 stars. Now let's think rationally. 2,000 years ago, the Gemara, the Babylonian Talmud in Babylon, was written after 1300 years that the Jews transferred verbally from rabbi to student, finally was concluded and written by the President of Israel, Rabbi Yehuda Anasi, the President. So, over there, it gives us information that nobody could dream about. Nobody could dream 2,000 years ago to write such a number of stars. Actually, the Gentiles came to the Jews and say, you have to make up your mind. You said in the Torah that God blessed Abraham, that his descendants is going to multiply like the sand on the ground and like the stars in the universe. So it seems to be a contradiction here. What did God do with Abraham? Did he curse him or did he bless him? If we go by the sand on the ground, there are, who knows, trillions. If we go by the stars, there's only 6,000, maximum 8,000 stars. That's what they used to claim before Galileo. When 1608, when Galileo came, 400 years ago only, they were shocked. The Jews will always right. The Jews were answering them all these years. We don't go by what our eyes see. We go by the instructions of the Creator of the world gave us. We are not scientists. We came here, we only follow what the Torah told us. So it's very interesting. Because now they all found out that the Jews were right. The stars in the universe is plenty. 10 to the power of 19 stars. Obviously, a person was not able to write such a thing 2,000 years ago. As I move on, I'm getting to the next example. The next proof is the renewal of the moon. It's very interesting. Before we show the proof, that there are different ways of calculating the year. We go by the sun, we go by the moon, we can go by both of them. Muslims, they go by the moon only, which the year of the moon is 354 days. The Christian, they go by the year of the sun, which is 365 days and few hours. The Jews, they go by the sun and also by the moon at the same time. Now remember, there's 11 days and few hours gap between the year of the sun and the year of the moon, which means every 3 years approximately there's a gap of 1 month. It adds up, 3 times 11, almost a month. It's very interesting because the Muslims, since they go by a shorter year, the fast of the Ramadan is moving every few years from the summer to the winter. The holidays are moving to the summer, to the winter. The Christians also had a problem with the calendar, so every 4 years they have February 29th. Only every 4 years, once every 4 years. The Jews have supposedly a problem. What is the problem? Inside the text of the Torah, the written Torah, it says that God says to Moses to celebrate the holiday of Passover. And it must be always in the spring, always, not in the winter, not in the summer. It has to be in the spring. And actually God named Passover in different names. One of the names is the holiday of the spring. Since it has to be on the spring, how do you make it fall always in the spring when you have a problem between the year and the year of the sun and the year of the moon? Comes the oral Torah, and this is what it says. In the Midrash, it says, at that time, God taught Moses all the calculations of the moon and the year of the moon, and informed him how to calculate leap years. As the Torah says, observe the month of the spring and make Passover. Which means he had to teach him the secret how to balance between the year of the sun and the year of the moon. And it's very interesting. Every 19 years, the Jewish people push into the calendar seven extra months. Every 2 to 3 years, we have 13 months in a year. Instead of 12 months, an extra month. Why? If Passover is about to fall short around March, when it's still cold, we pushed an extra month into the calendar, which makes it Adar Aleph and Adar Bet, duplicate. First Adar, second Adar. This is a Jewish month. So by doing that, we postpone Passover by a month and it falls in the spring. Every 2 to 3 years, it's still falling short, and we push it again by 1 month, and therefore we make sure that Passover always falls in the spring. Now, after this introduction, let's go into the Gemara, into the Talmud, and chapter of Rosh Hashanah, the beginning of the year, and it's in page 25. This is the Gemara. What the Gemara says, it's incredibly, unbelievable. It's hard to believe. The Gemara says that 200 witnesses came to the president. His name was Rabban Gamliel, to testify about the renewal of the moon. Now remember, there was no calendars yet. Today we have a calendar. The grandson of Hillel, the president of Israel, approximately 1700 years ago, he wrote a calendar, and until this day we use this brilliant calendar. But before that, the Torah says that 2 witnesses come to the Jewish court. They knew approximately when to expect the renewal of the moon, which means at the beginning of a new month in Judaism. So the witnesses just testified. We saw it right now, and they announced that it's the first day of the month, and they begin to count manually the days, and therefore they know when the holidays are. It's very interesting that 200 witnesses came in a cloudy day to the president of Israel, Rabban Gamliel. He was sitting in a court and waiting. And they told him, right now, it's the renewal of the moon. And he told them, I'm very sorry, all of you are wrong. He's sitting inside the building, they came from the outside. How can we all be wrong? He said, we have a calculation that we receive from generation to generation, all the way to Moses. For 1300 years, it passed by tradition. What is it? The renewal of the moon can never be less than 29 days and a half, and 2/3 of the hour, and 73 parts of the minute. Let's calculate. After we calculate 29 days, we all know what it is. In a half, it's 12 hours. And 2/3 of the hour, it's 40 minutes. 2/3 of the hour. And 73 parts of the minute. After the calculation, we receive 29.53059. That's the calculation of the Torah. Now let's review what the scientific world has to say about the minimal cycle of the moon according to their research and measurement. Let's see, in front of me there's a page from NASA, and they published this. It's called Earth-Moon System, the cycle and the comparison between the Earth and the Moon. NASA came with an amazing number, which is 29.530588. 5 digits after the decimal point. The Torah say 530590. They say 530588, which means 2/10,000 of a second difference. Take a second, divide it to 10,000 pieces. Take 2 pieces out, that's the difference between NASA and the Torah. Now NASA is with satellites, with thousands of employees, with billions of dollars budgets over the years. They came to a brilliant calculation which is very close to the exact number. The Torah, in a primitive generation, there was no technology, no satellites, no mega computer, no ways to measure the movements of all the stars. The Torah gave us the number just as a gift. This is what it is. Who told us? The creator of the moon. The Germans in 1965 in Berlin, they updated the number, and they are closer to the number of the Torah. In their calculation, they came up with a number that now it's the difference right now is 1/10,000 of a second, which means take a second divided by 10,000, take 1 piece out. That's the difference between the Torah and the German research. The question is, do you think there's even a slight of a chance that a person 2,000 or actually 3,320 years ago when we received the Torah, that's where the source comes from, anybody was able to even dream about writing a number with 6 digits after the decimal points? There was no even calculator, no calculators until 30, 40 years ago. Who could have known such brilliant calculation of the moon to such an exact number with no technology like today? Do you think a person was able to write such a thing? The answer, absolutely not. It's all divine information. As I move on to the next proof, and the next proof is speaking about the sun. We know that the temperature in the center of the sun is 15 million Celsius, 15 million degrees Celsius. As slowly we go towards the edge of the sun, the temperature dropped to 2 million degrees Celsius. And the sun has a shell, like an orange has a shell. Inside the shell of the sun, the temperature is 2 million degrees Celsius. Outside of the shell, it's only 6,000 degrees Celsius. A tremendous drop. And it's very interesting because the distance between the center of the sun to the edge of the sun, it's much, much longer than between the inside of the shell to the outside of the shell. The shell absorbs all the radiation to protect earth from burning. It's very interesting. So when we review the Torah says in the Midrash, in the oral Torah, the sun has a cover. That's appeared in Bereshit Rabbah. It's a part of the Midrash, chapter 6. And the Midrash speaking about a verse in Tehillim, in King David's book. And this is what, it's in chapter 19, verse 5. Psalms, and it says, God put the sun inside a cover. And the Torah says that this cover protecting us from burning. Now remember, when we look at the sun, there's no way to see in the sun that the sun has a cover. It looks like a round ball of fire. Nobody can see a shell. Today, with the technology that we have, with different machinery, we are able to detect that. The scientist, Dr. Vidal, a major astronomer in a Greenwich British agency, this is what he writes in his book, The Army of Heaven. Those layers that surround the sun absorb all the radiation that comes from the center of the sun. This is what we call the cover. If this radiation will get to Earth, even for 1 second, it will burn the entire place immediately. So it's very interesting, because today they know that there is a shell, there's a cover. The question, who could have known 3,000 years ago to write such a thing in a book? Unless if you receive it from the Creator himself. I move to the next proof. And for those who knows, in the time of the temple, there was the first temple, the second temple. After the Babylonian destroyed the first temple approximately 2,600 years ago, and between the first temple to the second temple, there was 70 years of break. And then they rebuilt the temple, and it was destroyed 420 years later. So altogether a period of 900 years with 70 years break in between. It's the destruction of the second temple approximately 2,000 years ago. Now the high priest, the Kohanim, a Jew that his name is Cohen, he comes from the descendants of Aaron. Aaron is the brother of Moses. And God blessed him to be the high priest, the servant in the holiest place on earth, which is the holy temple in the Moriah mountain, which Jerusalem by the western wall. And the only way the high priest can enter the temple is when they pure, spiritually. We're not talking about clean or not clean. We're talking about spiritually pure. They are pure Kohen and impure. And how does a Kohen become impure? By touching a dead body. This is all spiritual, mystical things. If the Kohen touch a dead body, he becomes impure immediately. How do you purify him? By taking a red cow, slaughtering the red cow. What does it mean, red cow? A cow that is completely red with no black hair, no brown hair, no white hair, only red. How many red cows we had in history? 9. And the Torah told us that we're going to have altogether 9 red cows. So we're waiting for the last one. Hopefully when the third temple will be rebuilt according to the prophecies of the prophet, we're going to have one last red cow. But in the meantime, 9 already passed away. After you slaughter and burn the ashes, you mix with special spring water from Jerusalem, and you splash it over the high priest, the Kohanim, and you make them pure. And that's the law. Now comes the Torah and say some rules about the red cow. Now I'm using this as a proof, as definite proof that this could never be given by a human being. The Torah says, how do you know which cow is kosher and not? First, you have to make sure that it doesn't have any other hair but red. Okay. Second, it's not enough to have a red cow. You have to get a red cow that nobody ever used that cow to work with that or to put any weight on the back of the cow. If a person had a red cow in his farm and he put a bag of flour on top of that red cow, this cow cannot be used. It's obsolete. How would we know? There's no way to know. So the Torah asks a question. Is a Jew allowed to buy a red cow from a non-religious person or from a Gentile that he doesn't have an understanding about red cow? We just have a red cow and he wants to sell it to the Jews. Can we rely on his word that this cow was never used? Since obviously he didn't know the importance of that cow. Maybe he used it already. And when he found out that you're not allowed to use it, not necessarily is going to tell you the truth, because the difference between a regular cow to a red cow could be millions of dollars in our time. So the answer of the Torah, absolutely yes. You can buy it from him and you don't even have to trust his word. There's ways to tell. As usual, 2 witnesses, 2 signs. And this is what the oral Torah brings us a story. The Torah says there was one Gentile. One day he had a red cow and he realized that this is an important thing, that he got very lucky. He asked his neighbor, and they told him, the neighbor, that the Jews will pay him any amount of money. When finally the regular price at that time was 4 coins of gold, he raised the price to 1,000 coins of gold. And the treasury of the temple came with money, and they had to agree because they need that red cow. So they told him, tomorrow morning we'll come with a bag with 1,000 coins of gold and we'll buy this cow from you. Make sure it's ready for us. That Gentile didn't want to give them what they want. So he went and put a bag on top of that cow and he said, you know what? I'll sell them the cow, but I don't want them to have the cow as they wish to have. When the Jews came in the morning, they spilled 1,000 coins of gold on the table, and he couldn't believe seeing so much gold. He brought the red cow out, and the Jews said, before you touch the money, we want to examine the cow. One rabbi looked at the eyes of the cow, the other one looked at the neck of the cow with a magnifying glass, checking something. The Gentile didn't understand what's going on. And after a minute, the rabbis told him, we're very sorry, there's no deal. The deal is off. What happened? You put from yesterday to today, you put weight on the back of the cow. The Gentile asked, how do you know that I put weight? You were here to see? So we don't need to be here. We know God told us when he gave us the Torah in Mount Sinai, the secret of this red cow. What is the secret of this red cow? Once you put weight on the back of it, or even you sit on the cow, or any weight is put on the back of the cow, from that moment, the eyes of the cow become cross-eyed. It doesn't go straight as it was, ever again. And there's another sign. There are 2 hairs in the neck. Those 2 hairs are falling down, and there's no way to raise them back. Never. You can brush it as much as you want, they keep falling down. Those are the 2 signs to know that this red cow was used, and now it became obsolete. Now I want to ask you a question. What human being would even dream to look in the hair of the cow? There's probably millions of hairs. First of all, how would he know that this is one of the signs? How does he know where those 2 hairs? It's from millions of hairs. Where to look for 2 hairs out of millions? Where exactly they are? How would he know that after you put weight, those 2 hairs are falling down? What's the connection? There's no way to know. Nobody would even imagine such a thing. How would a person know that after you put a weight on a red cow, the eyes become cross-eye. When you use a regular cow or an ox, you put as much as weight as you want, the eyes are still staying straight. But the red cow, there's something unique about it. The only way to know that was to receive this information from the creator of the cows, the creator of the whole world. There's no other way that a person would know what to look for. And this, for another example that we use, leaves no doubt that the Torah, and this is, remember, this is the oral Torah, and now, needless to say, the written Torah. The oral Torah, speaking about this, can never be given by a human being. I move on. By the way, at the end of that story, that this Gentile went inside and hung himself and committed suicide, and after seeing what he just had in his hand, and he blew it up. And we move on to the next example. The arguments, if the world is round, took place for many, many years. As I mentioned before, when Columbus went around the world and he arrived to the same port, basically the argument was over. This was 500 years ago. The truth is that only ignorance made us believe that the argument should have finished 500 years ago, because if we read the book of Isaiah, chapter 40, verse 22, it says that the world is round. Ayoshev al chug haaretz, which means God is watching the earth, and the earth is moving in a circle. And even Rashi, one of the commentators on the Torah, which lived in France 950 years ago, he himself, as a commentator on the Torah, lived 450 years before Columbus. And he writes clearly, round, it's going in circle, the earth. So obviously you see that the prophet 2,600 years ago, 2,100 years before Columbus, it's written in Isaiah that the world is round. Where was the argument coming from? Only from ignorance. It's a verse inside the Bible. Even Christians and Muslims believe in this Bible. But yet, many scientists and philosophers were arguing if the world is flat or round or different shape, when you have a clear verse inside the Bible. I always said that the biggest danger to the life of a person is ignorance. Not necessarily only in religion. It could be in computer. You don't know. You can waste hours every day. If you don't know the functions of the computer, you waste a lot of time. In medicine, in accounting, in many different things, the most important thing is the purpose of life, which is to follow the test that God sets for us. If you don't know the rules, there's no way to succeed. But we'll talk about it later. As we move on, the next example that I would like to talk about is the Gemara in Babylonian Talmud, in the chapter of Megillah, page 6. The Gemara is speaking about the foundation of Germany. And the Gemara says that Rabbi Yitzchak says, in the name of Jacob, one of the three fathers, that Jacob says to God, don't let my brother Esau succeed in his plan. His plan is to destroy my descendants. Remember, this is twin brothers, came from the same mother, Jacob and Esau. And in their lifetime, they were already enemies. And their descendants, the descendants of Jacob, his name was changed to Israel in the Torah, and the Jews came from him. And Esau was the European, the Germans, the Nazis, and many other countries that came from him. And it's very interesting, because this is now the Torah describing Germany 2,000 years before Germany was founded. There was no country Germany 2,000 years ago. Nobody could know the name. But it's inside the Talmud, clearly. The Talmud says that Jacob was hoping that God will not make Esau successful. Why? Because his descendants will arm the nation of Israel. And the Gemara says, this is Germany of Edom. Edom is Esau. That if they will succeed, they will try to destroy the whole world. And comes the Gemara and say, you should know, there are 300 tribes in the country of Germany of Edom. This was 2,000 years ago. Only 200 years approximately ago, there was a person named Bismarck who took all the barbarian tribes in Germany and combined them into the German Republic. After he did that, later, years after, it became Germany. And how did he make Germany? From what tribes? Bavaria, Silesia, Westphalia, all these tribes. He combined them together. And if you open encyclopedia, the word Germany, you're going to be amazed. It's clearly, I'm quoting from the Hebrew encyclopedia, but all the encyclopedias copy one from the other. Germany had 300 tribes that united together to one country, to one. It's very interesting. In the Hebrew encyclopedia, it's in page 432, Germany. You can check in any other source. The question that I have is, who could have known first that there will be a country that comes out of this Asaph from the Bible that will be called Germany? Remember, when it was written, there was no Germany. Nobody knew that name. Who could have ever dreamed that this Germany will be a combination of 300 tribes? Do you think a person, a human being, it could be a brilliant human being? Do you think he could have such knowledge 1800 years before Germany will be born? From where? Where did he get this information from? The answer is, it's all divine information that was given to us by the creator of the world. By the way, speaking about Germany, in an interview with Adolf Hitler himself, it's also, I'm quoting from the Hebrew Encyclopedia in the word anti-Semitism, page 530, they interview Hitler. It comes from conversation with Brauching, conversation with Hitler. And this is what he says. Yes, we are barbarians. It's an honor to us to be barbarians. I'm releasing humankind from the spiritual cord and from the tortures, from the despicable tortures of this illusion that call conscious and ethic. Two defects Judaism brought to life. One in the body and one in the soul. In the body it's called circumcision, and in the soul it's called conscious. This is all Jewish invention. The war in this world is only between us and them, the Germans and the Jews, and everything else is all illusion. It's very interesting, because whatever he say, he didn't even know what he's saying. It started right there in the Torah, when Jacob and Esau, if you read in the beginning, in the first few chapters, it described. It started there. The descendants of Esau continue what their father wanted to do. And the Torah gave us the name, Germany. Is it possible that this information came out of people? For sure not. Speaking about the Holocaust, in the Torah, many people ask this famous question, where was God in the Holocaust? It's a good question. But this question, unfortunately, comes from ignorance. Why ignorance? If the Torah was not mentioned, if the Torah was not mentioning the Holocaust, then I understand. But since the Torah described the Holocaust 3,250 years before it started, where the question comes from? The Torah said that once the Jews will be assimilated with all the Gentiles, which it's forbidden to them, God did not give them permission, and they leave the Sabbath, they leave the covenant, they take off their yarmulke, and they behave like the Gentiles, they forget about religion, and obviously many other problems that we had, there will be time that I'm going to close my eyes, like I'm not there. Why? Because the Jews has the nerve to say, where is God? I will show them where is God. I will not be there. I will block my eyes from seeing their torture. You may ask, okay, how do we know that speaking here is speaking about the Holocaust? The Jews had many other pogroms and problems, the destruction of the first temple, the second temples. Millions of Jews were murdered, not only from 60 years ago. How do we know that we're speaking about the Holocaust? It's very interesting. Open Deuteronomy chapter 31, verse 16 to 18. And this is how it starts. Vayomer Hashem el Moshe, and God told Moses, you're going to lay down with your father, which means you're going to pass away, And this nation is going to rebel against me and follow foreign gods in the countries where they're going to live, and would leave me and annul my covenant that I made with them. And at that day, I'm going to be very angry, and I would leave them and block my eyes from them. And they're going to have many tragedies. And at that day, they will scream, God is not with us. That's why we have so many tragedies. And I will hide my face at that day for all the rebellions that they had against me, following foreign gods, foreign religions. This is Deuteronomy 31, verse 16 to 18. Inside that text, and God told Moses, in Hebrew is Vayomer Hashem el Moshe. The word Moshe, it's 3 letters, Mem, Shin, and Hey. You take the Hey, the last letter of that word Moses, you count 50 letters, you get the letter Shin. You count 50 letters, you get the letter Vav. You count 50 letters, you get the letter Aleph. You count 50 letters, you get the letter A. What do you get altogether? Ha-Shoah, the Holocaust. 3,250 years before it came to the world, inside the Torah it described from A to Z completely, with names. There are many other names in this chapter, describing Hitler and Eichmann and a final solution and Zyklon B. Many words that relates to the Holocaust appear in that chapter in equal mathematical scheme. Is it possible that a person was able to know the entire Holocaust with names and details and write it in a book 3,320 years ago? Of course not. And what does the Torah say? This is a result of the assimilation, and Jews are rebelling against the Creator of the world, against their Father in heaven. So the Torah speaks about it. I don't understand why people ask, where was God in the Holocaust, if he already wrote in his book where he will be when times like this will arrive to the world. Of course, I'm not judging anybody. I'm not a judge and I have no say. My job here today is just to read to the people who are ignorant about Judaism. They may have knowledge in many other fields, but they never read the Torah once in their life. This is maybe the time to say that I've been giving lecture for about 15 years by now. Many, many lectures, radio shows, emails, speaking to people, meeting people, arguing with people. And I always ask in my lectures, and people can test in my website if I'm correct or not. I ask it a lot. People who are arguing with me how valid is the Torah, if it's the word of God or not, I ask them, did you ever read the Torah once in your life, from the beginning to the end, word by word, to understand the simple meaning of it before you come to the argument? Did you ever read it once? 15 years, I didn't find one person yet that read the Torah from A to Z and knows the simple explanation and comes to the argument with the knowledge, the necessary knowledge. Not even once. How is it possible they have speeches against the Torah, they criticize the Torah, and have no idea what the Torah says? They know a verse here and there, a little bit that they heard on the news, or they read in a newspaper, or a little bit in the Bible lesson in school or in high school, whatever it was. They do not know anything. Almost nothing. Not even 1%. Just imagine if I go to a convention of brain surgeons, and me, I have no idea what brain is all about. I don't know. I never learned about brain enough. And I come and I say, all of you are wrong. You don't know how to operate on the brain. You should be from here. You're doing it from the opposite side. And I give a bombastic speech. After a few minutes, one of the surgeons will ask me, excuse me, sir, where are you from? Where is your education about brain? What is your knowledge? Can you show us a diploma, a certificate that you know what you're talking about? Where are you coming from? Where did you graduate? And then I will say, no, I never learned about brain. Just imagine what a fool I'm going to look like. Do anybody from that moment on will take me serious? Absolutely not. So the point, why would you argue about something you never learned even once in your life? You want to come to the argument? There's a lot to learn. You don't want to learn, you don't want to dedicate the time, please do not argue about something you have no idea about. Let's move on. I'm going to the next proof. The Torah says that one of the 3 covenants that God made with the Jewish nation is circumcision. Every male born in the 8 days has to be circumcised. Now, of course, I told you before, you cannot understand one law without the oral law. Here, the Torah did not say where to cut. The Torah did not say what happens if the baby is yellow and there's a life risk. The Torah did not say where to do the ceremony, in a day or at night. If it's permitted at night or not. The Torah did not say. What happens if he borns on the Sabbath and you have to circumcise him in the 8th day, which will be the next Sabbath? The Torah did not say. The written Torah did not say. But when you go to the oral laws, everything been said. Everything be taught to us from A to Z. Otherwise, we would never know how to start. Imagine if there was no oral Torah like some ignorance are claiming. God would give us a book full of instructions, and nowhere in the Torah it says how to do anything. And plus, we are subject to severe punishments. Be careful, some of the punishments are even execution. And God will never say to us how to do it, so what's the point of giving us the Torah? Just to tell us that there are 613 commandments and to tell us the name of those commandments? Where is the instruction how to observe the Sabbath? Where is the instruction how to make tefillin on the head? Where? How to make it? From what animal? What to write inside? What makes it kosher? What makes it not kosher? Where is the instruction with what tools to circumcise the baby? And how? Nowhere in the Torah. Obviously, there are information that appear separately. And by the way, if you read inside the text of the Torah, it says these are the Torahs, plural, that I put in the hand of Moses in Mount Sinai. Not Torah 1, Torahs, at least 2. Also, in another place in the Torah, it says that God told Moses, he's speaking to him about the sacrifice, and he told him, as I showed you in the mountain. But he does not describe what he showed him. He knew, Moses knew. And God told him, as I showed you in the mountain, which means he showed him a vision, how to do it. But it does not appear in the written Torah. It's very interesting, because if there would not be oral laws, when Moses come down from the mountain and bring them the Torah, and they would say, excuse me, Moses, okay, you told us to circumcise our baby, well, we don't know how to do it. He does not explain how to do it. So, Moses said, just follow the written law. The word orla, this is the piece that we have to remove in a circumcision. It was not translated yet until Moses told them verbally, where is it in a body? So one person would think, this is orla. The next person think, this is orla, the air. The other one would say, no, it's the edge of this right here. One person saying, no, this is what it means, the nails, to cut them. Nobody would know where orla is without the oral laws. Nobody would know how to cut. Nobody would know what to do after the cutting, and many other examples. So obviously, as you can see, 99.9% of Judaism, it's the oral laws that was given to Moses and right away was published to all the nation. Moses was teaching them one commandment after the other, how to do, what to do, when to do, what not to do, what's for men, what applies for women, what happens if you're a boss, you have employees, and many other examples. So the Torah says you have to circumcise every male born in the 8 days, and after you follow the instruction in the oral laws how to do it, we find something very interesting. The scientists, they found in our generation that what prevents us from bleeding too much is vitamin K. Vitamin K makes the blood clog the hole. If we have a cut in our body, it clogs the cut and makes sure that we do not lose all the blood in our body. Obviously, it's a life risk. The question first that we have to ask ourselves, what happens if we take a balloon and put 5 quarts of blood inside? And we take a very, very sharp needle and we make a hole in the bottom of this balloon. What will happen to all the water? It will drip completely to the floor. Everything, gravity, will make all the blood falls on the floor. If we hold the balloon like this, everything will drip to the floor. However, if we make a hole in the bottom of our feet, not all the blood from the body will drip to the floor. The blood will know that now my job is to clog the hole and make sure that I save the life of this person. Is it coincidence? Of course not. It's all planned. But besides the plan here, we see something very interesting. The scientists examine the level of vitamin K after the baby is born. In the first day, few percent. The next day, a little bit more. Every day, an additional few percentage in the vitamin K level in the body. Until we get to the 8 days, it's very interesting, finally the amount of vitamin K is sufficient enough to practice the circumcision on that baby. However, something very interesting is happening in the 8 days. When yet after the 8 days a person will have 100% vitamin K in his blood for the rest of his life, on the 8th day, he has an additional of 10% vitamin K, 110% vitamin K in a human's body. One day in the entire life of a human being, when he has an extra 10% vitamin K, it's the 8 days. And this is secular scientists, nothing religious. I don't even know if they're Jewish or not, but by the names it seems that they are not. 100% vitamin K. Do you know a person 3,320 years ago that knew the behaving of the vitamin K in the entire life of a person? Something we just found out in the last 20 years. Actually, to be precise, it was published in New York in 1953, so more than 50 years, that's all. And it says until the 8 days there's not enough vitamin K. We find after the 8 days that the clogging materials are staying 100% for the rest of the person's life. However, in the 8 days, we have an extreme raise in the vitamin K to 110%, only one day of the life of the person. It's very interesting. Hard to believe, you know, I mean, when people see so many proofs and still have doubts that this Torah was given by person or by the creator of the world, sometimes it seems more like an excuse, trying to avoid the truth because the truth obligates me to change my habits, my desires, to fight with my evil inclination. And that's one of the main excuses that people use to remove pressure from themselves. I always say, if the Torah would say in the last page, "Dear Jew, after you saw everything I taught you and gave you, I allow you to do whatever you want. You want to keep my laws, fine, it's good for you. You don't want, you don't feel like it, no problem, no hard feeling, no punishment. I'm not going to give you the reward that I promise, life of eternity and all the other rewards that I promise in the Torah. It's up to you, free choice. But if you don't keep it, you should know, no problem whatsoever with me. You just lost the reward, no punishment." Do you think there would be one person in the entire history that will deny the validity of the Torah? Do you think one person will dare to do it? No, of course not. Why? What for? It not obligates me. Why should I deny something so clear? The reason people deny it, because if I will agree that you're right, this is divine, comes the next question. So what's with you? How can you ignore divine laws? How can you harm yourself? After all, if not listening to your Creator, it's a very big risk. You can lose eternity. It's not a joke. It's better to lie to myself. No, it cannot be true. I don't believe in it. Why? Because otherwise the conscience bothers. To admit that I live in a lie all my life? How many brave people you know that willing to stand on a stage and say, "I believe 100%, I know 100%, I don't want to do it, I'm too lazy"? Once in a blue moon you find a person. The next proof is the Western world. The Torah promise that the Western world will never collapse, never be destroyed. For those who know history, the temples was destroyed twice. First and second temple were surrounded with 4 walls like the Western wall today. When the Babylonians destroyed the temple, they knocked down 3 walls, but they left the Western wall. When the Romans came to destroy the temple 2,000 years ago, they knocked down three walls, but they left the western wall. In between the Babylonians and the Romans, the Greeks came, the Greek Empire. And they burned the temple, they impured the oil. This is the holiday of Hanukkah. It came from that event. And they did not knock down the western wall. In between, the last 2,000 years, the Seljukim, the Muslims, the Fatimim, the Armenians, so many, the Persians, so many different empires and countries occupied this area. None of them knocked down the western wall. There was an earthquake in Jerusalem that knocked down all the buildings, but the wall is still standing. In case you thought that the bricks, the big bricks that you see in the western wall is standing with cement, I have news for you. There's no cement. It's one brick on top of the other, no connection. One stand on the other. Which means if there will be an earthquake, they should slide down on the people down there. But they're still standing all these years. The Torah promise, it appears in the Songs of Songs, chapter 2, verse 9. This is what it says in Hebrew, Ine ze omed kotlenu. Here is our western world, is watching us and is standing in a present language. Here it is. Which means it has to be always here it is, always. We go to the oral part of that, the Midrash, the Midrash Rabbah. It's called Midrash Shir HaShirim. And what does it say over there? It says that God swore to that wall that it will never ever fall down. So now it's even more simple than before. All we have to do, knock down the wall. You want to get rid of God and His orders? Very simple. Arrange somebody to knock down the western wall, and you'll find the first mistake in Judaism. After 3,320 years, you'll be famous. You'll be able to say, I'm the first one who found a mistake by knocking down the wall. Here it is. The verse is incorrect. But my suggestion to you is that doing that is playing with fire, perhaps risking your life, because God promised to the wall that He's protected, which means trying to do it is trying to interfere with the laws of God. And I don't want to say what could be the outcome, but it's very obvious. A person, a human being, as brilliant as he may be, could never even dream to write about a wall that he will never fall down. Never. And base his entire religion on that foundation. Which, remember, there were 4 walls. This wall, and this one, and that one, and the last one were all built from the same material by the same builder at the same time. Those 3 can fall down at any time. No protection. This one can never ever collapse. Do you know a person can promise such a thing and be right after 2,000 years? This Midrash was written approximately 1800 years when the wall was standing, after they knocked down the other 3 walls, and our sages wrote it, and they say, we know it from tradition, that this wall that you see, all of us, this is 1800 years ago, will stay here forever. This is approximately 150 years after the Romans destroyed the temple. Everything there was no mosque there yet. Remember, Islam is only 1400 years old. So we're talking at least 450 years before the Muslims came to build their mosque there. So right there, the sages, the Jewish rabbis at that time, they told us, we know in tradition, it passed from tradition, that this wall will always stay here and nobody can knock it down. Why? God is protecting us. It's the souvenir. It's a memory out of His holy temple. One other proof is basically speaking about nature. Everything in nature, when you heat it, expands. When you freeze it, it shrinks. Very interesting. There's one thing that behaves very, very strange. The water, when you heat them, they expand, they become even gas and start to fly up. However, when the water goes near freezing temperature, which is 4 degrees Celsius, 0 degrees Celsius is freezing point. It's 32 degrees Fahrenheit. But Celsius is 0 degrees. That's the freezing point. So now going to 4 degrees Celsius, you are very, very close to 0, to the freezing point. When the water sees that it's about to become ice, instead of continue to expand, ice is expanding, what happened to the water? They change their behaving against all odds. What will happen if the water continue to behave the way they should? The top layer of all the oceans would freeze and sink to the bottom. And the other layer will freeze and sink to the bottom. And the other top will freeze and sink to the bottom. After a few weeks, the entire ocean, which is 72% of the world is water, will be all ice. One hard piece of ice. It's needless to say that all the fish and all the species that lives in the oceans will all die. And the worst part is that once the summer comes and they all defrost, it will make such a tsunami, it would flood the entire world and all the people will die. To prevent such a tragedy, the brilliant Creator interfered with the laws of creation and told the water, you behave according to my plan only when it gets to 4 degrees. Once it gets to 4 degrees, switch and change your behaving to the opposite side. What do you think? Is something like this possible to happen by coincidence for those who think the world is a random creation, explosion, whatever they call it? Obviously not. There are many, many examples like this. Many examples. Obviously, we don't have today the time to cover everything, but just the amount of information that I have right here in my laptop would be enough to speak 1,000 hours straight by giving one proof after the other, and it's not an exaggeration. It's accumulation of more and more proofs that I collected over the years, 15 years of work, and thank God, it's very, very brilliant. I would like to speak about the last proof for tonight. Is speaking about the codes, as I mentioned it before, once or twice. As we see, since we invented computer in the last 20 years, the computer helped us to find things that we couldn't see before. Not that they were not there, they were always in the Torah, we just didn't know what to look for and how to find it. We didn't have the ability. Inventing computers is a real shortcut. What we can do in 1 second would take us sometimes 100 years without a computer. Many years ago, Rabbi Weissmandel in Europe, just before the Holocaust, he had a photographic memory. And he saw inside the book of Exodus that there are information about Maimonides. Maimonides was a great rabbi, one of the greatest lived in the last 1,000 years. He lived in Spain, and then after a while, he had to escape to Egypt. And once he came to Egypt, he became the main doctor of the king there, his private doctor. And he wrote a book called Mishneh Torah, the explanation of all the oral laws, all the 613 laws. That's how his book starts, a list of 613 laws. He explained what does it mean, the purpose of each commandment, and more information. That's some information about Maimonides. He lived between 800 and 900 years ago in Egypt. So when we review the Torah, we find information about Maimonides. Make no mistake, the Torah was given approximately 2,400 years before Maimonides, the Rambam, was even born. So how does the Torah knows how to give us information about a rabbi that is going to be born 2,400 years later? Is it possible that a person can write information about us 2,000 or 3,000 years ago? Obviously not. Let's pay attention to the proof. The Torah says, God says to Moses, don't worry, Pharaoh will not listen to you, and he will not release my nation Israel out of Egypt. I'm hardening his heart to be stubborn and not to give up. Why? Because I want to make such miracles in Egypt that everybody will see the hand of God. And they will realize that you are my children and I'm making all these miracles for you, the Jewish nation. This is appear in a chapter of Bo, Parashat Bo. It's in the beginning of Exodus. It's very interesting. When we see, first the word Moshe is mentioned here. The Rambam's name was Moshe. He lives in Egypt, so the word Mitzrayim appears in a page. His abbreviation of his name, Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. Rabbi Resh, Moshe Mem, Ben Bet, Maimon Mem. Rambam, that's his nickname. The only time in the entire Torah that you find 4 words that give us this right order, Resh, Mem, Bet, Mem, is right here in the chapter of Bo. That's right here. No other place you have Resh, Mem, Bet in the same order. Also, he was the heart doctor of the king of Egypt. So we have Lev Paro, the heart of Pharaoh. It's another hint. Everything I mentioned so far, it's beautiful hints, but it's still not a scientific proof. From now on is 100% scientific proof. What is it? When we take the word Moshe, the first word Moshe, which is Moses in a chapter, we circle the Mem, and we count 50 letters, we get the letter Shin. We count 50 letters, we get the letter Nun. We count 50 letters, we get the letter Hey. So what did we get? Mishneh. What's the name of his book? As I said before, Mishneh Torah, 2 words and 1 name. Then we go down to the bottom of the page. From the word Oto, him, we circle the Taf, we count 50 letters, we get a Vav, we circle the Vav. We count 50 letters, we get Resh, we circle the Resh. We count 50 letters, we get Hey. So what do we have here? We have the word Mishneh in equal skip of 50. Taf, Mishneh, Mem, Shin, Nun, Hey, 50, 50, 50, 50, yes. And we skip, a longer skip than 50, we'll explain soon why. We go all the way to the bottom of the page, and we get the word Torah in equal skip of 50. However, one slight of a problem we have here still. Why, from the word Mishneh to the word Torah, which is the second word of the same name, there are such a large skip? It should have been also 50, right? If you enter today to the computer a name of a person with his last name, the computer may find that name in equal mathematical skip from the beginning of the first word to the end of the last name, in equal skip. Why here the first word appear in equal skip, the second word appear in equal skip, but in between the first and the second words we have a larger skip? Counting how many letters between the first word Mishneh to the second word Torah give us exactly 613 letters. Let's conclude. 2,400 years before the Rambam, Maimonides was born, the Torah told us there will be a person named Moshe. He would live in Egypt. He would be the heart doctor of the king of Egypt. His nickname will be Rambam, Resh Mem Bet Mem. He would write a book called Mishneh Torah. And the subject of the book will be 613 laws of Judaism, 613 commandments. What do you say now? Is it possible that a person wrote it? Obviously not. And as I said before, there are more and more examples. There are many, many equal mathematical skips. Now make no mistakes. Many manipulators in this generation that take advantage on the ignorance of the public, trying to claim that other books also have codes. I assure you, after 15 years of reviewing and checking what they say, that it's all nonsense. We are not only talking about random codes that you can find in there in a book by coincidence. We are talking about equal minimal. The highlight is the word minimal mathematical skip. What's the difference between minimal and just any other code? When you have a book with 305,000 letters, it's very possible that you're going to find all kinds of names with equal skips of 10,000 between one letter to the other, 20,000 between one letter to the other. That's random. When we enter an input to the computer and we ask the computer to find us a word, The computer may find it sometimes 2 or 3 times in the same Torah, in different skips. We are not interested in any skip, only the minimal one. The smaller the skip is, it's concentrated in one page. And if we put other words that relates to the same subject, usually, almost always, the computer will find those words in the same page. And the best part is that usually the subject, the word that we enter, appears in a Torah in a similar context. For instance, we put the word AIDS, the horrible disease. Where does the Torah find it? In a chapter of Sodom and Gomorrah that speaks about homosexuality. Is it a coincidence? Of course not. This is a sickness that hit mostly gays. And it goes in a chapter that speaks about this sin, which is forbidden according to the laws of God. Same-sex relationship is a horrible sin. Not like they're trying to make it today that it's perfectly fine, and come on, don't be primitive. No, it doesn't go by primitive or modern. It goes by the laws of the Creator, and everything else is not in our hand. What God told us it's allowed, what is not allowing us, it's just not allowed. That's it. Whether you like it, you don't like it, it's irrelevant. First the truth, then comes all the other. The convenience is one of the last things you should consider. What's my desire? What's my convenience? How much money it's going to cost me? These things comes after. First the truth. What's the word of God? He knows better than me what's good for me. He created me. He knows, he's the manufacturer. He knows better than me what I should do, what I should not do. Why should I listen to my foolish ideas when God told me what's right and what's wrong? Why will I follow my heart and my desires and my hallucinations if the Torah already told me what's recommended and what is not recommended? Well, we're going to speak about this subject in the 3rd chapter of this lecture as I'm entering there right now. So we conclude here, when the subject that we enter to the computer, it usually finds it in the same place in the Torah that speaks, like I gave before an example about the Holocaust. It appears in a chapter that describes a Holocaust. And when we enter more than 50 names of fruits and vegetables and trees, it all appears in the 1st chapter of the Torah that describes the creation of the world. That God created the world in 6 days, and in the 7 days he rested. And from that moment on, he described every day in the creation what God created. And he created Adam with a body, and he put a soul into his nostril. He blew a soul, which is a divine energy, into Adam's nostrils, and he opened up his eyes and he started to talk. And that soul, it's eternal. That soul can never die. It's a spark from God himself, as the Torah describes. The body is disposable, it's temporary. But the soul is eternal, and the soul is sometimes transferred from one body to the other. That's what we call reincarnation, which was proven already scientifically in this generation by the parapsychologist Dr. Raymond Moody, Dr. Elizabeth Kovler-Ross, Dr. Ian Stevenson. Read their books, check, search in the internet about them. Life after life, life after death, the return from the afterlife, and many other, clinical death, hypnotizing people. People are speaking in different languages, in language that they do not know, and they describe different times of life in different bodies, with different names, different identity. That's, obviously I don't have the time. Go into my website, I have a whole lecture, close to 3 hours, about reincarnation, clinical death, out-of-body experience, hypnotizing people, and many other examples that prove scientifically that life really begins in a time of death. Once the soul exits the body, the real life of a person begins. The question is what God is going to do with him. But we're going to speak about it soon. So remember, do not be fooled by manipulators that tell you, oh, this book has and the other book, because when they came out with this discovery, they checked 130 books, among them the Quran, the New Testament, many other famous books like Moby Dick and A Peace and a War, and many other famous novels. and they did not find any sufficient codes besides few random ones. Nowhere absolutely they found in one page 10 or 20 or sometimes even more than 30 words relates to the same content, the same subject, in the same page, in the same subject in the Torah. Everything combined perfectly. Okay, now we are going to start the third part of this lecture. I would like to call it Ethics, the Purpose of Life. We spoke about the acceptance of the Torah in Mount Sinai. We spoke about the difference between Judaism and all the other 80,000 religions and cults. We spoke about scientific proof for the written and the oral Torah. And now we have to speak about the most important thing. To prove, as you can see, it's a matter of 1 or 2 hours, the most intelligent a person is, he doesn't need more proofs. Now what's important is why God needed this entire creation. What is the purpose of this creation? As I said in the beginning of my words today, is that every creation has a purpose. We never found something without a purpose. And we see that the person is different than all the other 2 million species of animals that lives around him. All the animals live with instinct, and the people lives based on free choice. The only species in nature that is responsible for what he chooses to do, and therefore our life is full of jails and courts and police and all kinds of things, because we understand that we have to punish criminals because they could have lived without making their crimes. They could have chosen to do something better. The fact that we punish people, the fact that we have to have a justice system, we don't find any tigers or lions that being accused of murder when they kill the zebra or the deers. Why? They live with instinct. They're hungry. You cannot talk to them. Imagine somebody trying to tell the lion, please don't eat the zebra. Wait 5 minutes. We didn't finish taking pictures. Can you give us another 5 minutes? Do you think the lion would agree? There's anybody to talk to? Obviously not. A person is thinking, is listening, he's seeing, he's reviewing in his head what's to do, what's not to do, what's the risk. After reviewing everything, he makes a decision. The Torah says, I'm giving you today the life and the good, the bad and the death, and you should choose the life, which means you can choose the death. Nobody is forcing you. People ask, how can we have a free choice? Obviously, God knows the future. So if He knows the future, how exactly we have a free choice? And the answer is very simple. Even though it's a sophisticated question, it's a little bit complicated, or actually a lot complicated. And Rambam Maimonides wrote that if you use all the oceans as ink to your pen, you still wouldn't finish to answer all these scenarios, how it works with the free choice. The answer is very simple. Since God says in the Torah that all of us, with no exception, Jews and non-Jews, has a free choice, and we are subject to reward and punishment, and He gave us the book of law. By the way, a part of the Torah applies to the Gentiles. They have 7 laws to keep. And if they keep those 7 laws, they are righteous Gentiles. And they also have an afterlife in their level. Of course, it's a lower level because the test is much easier. But they do have. And they have a purpose. And they have obligations. And reward and punishment as well. And Jews, it's much bigger because it's only 613 laws, 613 laws, it's a lot. And the reward is much greater, but also the punishment is greater. Everything is equal, it's a free choice, it's balanced. So it's very interesting because first of all, if a person wouldn't have a free choice, why God wasted this time giving us Torah? Why? If you say that I'm a robot, and I do not choose what to do, everything was predetermined for me what to do, where to go, what to say, what's the point of gathering me and giving me Torah? For what? It's not in my hand if I should observe the Sabbath or if I should kill or not. It's not in my hand. Of course it's in my hand. That's why God gave us the Torah, and with full of warnings. Why? Because we choose what to do. Second question is, why did he bother send so many prophets to warn the generation, Jews and non-Jews, to improve their behaving? If he moves them with a remote control and they do not choose what to do, what is he, playing games with himself? Why does he need to warn me not to do if it's not in my hand? Of course, obviously, it's 100% in my hand. However, it's still hard to understand. It's not the end of the world. Not everything we could understand, not everything. The Torah says, my thoughts and your thoughts are not the same, God says. My ways and your ways are not the same. Trying to compare your ways and your thoughts to my ways and my thoughts is like comparing a worm to an eagle. This is an analogy. Try to compare a worm that hardly moves on the ground to an eagle that can go from one side of the world to the other in hours. A person can think about one thing at a time, and he cannot do more than one thing at a time. God is supervising the entire creation, 6.4 billion people, 2 million different kinds of animals, trillions of things are in a move all the time. Oxygen, water, galaxies, asteroids are falling, rain of asteroid meteors are falling around Earth. And everything is being supervised. He has no limitation. Obviously, he's complete, he's perfect, controlling everything. In Judaism, the name of God is written in a very interesting way. It's 4 letters, a combination. The letter Yud, the letter Hey, the letter Vav, the letter Hey. Those 4 letters give us 3 combinations. First combination is the past. Haya, Hey, Yud, and Hey. It gives us the past. Hove, Hey, Vav, and Hey. We take 3 letters. It gives us the present. Iye is the future. Yud, Hey, and then Yud again and Hey. Gives us the future. Why God's name symbolize all 3 times at the same time? Past, present, and future. To teach us that He's not subject to time. Only the world of material has time. When you have material, you have time. When there's no material, there's no time aspect. And since God is not physical, it's something 100% spiritual that created this entire creation from nothing, from scratch. He is not subject to time. At the same second, when He created the entire creation, and according to Judaism, it's set for 6,000 years, and we are getting now close to the year 6,000, we are 230 years before the end. So once He set up this entire creation for 6,000 years, basically for Him it's already over, because He can travel in time. He can travel to the past, to the future. We have no understanding how something like this can happen. But to give us an idea is that if I give you an envelope and I write everything you're going to do from now until tomorrow night, and I tell you, do not open the envelope until tomorrow night, and you're going and doing it, and you see that everything you did, I knew. But I am somebody else. I did not tell you what to do and did not interfere. I did not give you instructions. You did what you wanted to do. The fact that somebody else is able to foresee what you're going to do doesn't mean he interfere with your choice. Even though it's for us, we are very limited in our understanding, so we're getting confused. I always say to the people, if you want to be a genius and start understanding everything, you probably will have to put your entire life just to understand how this concept works. Why don't you trust the word of God? God says in the Torah, we saw that the Torah is divine. Choose the good, that I should reward you. Do not choose the bad, that I shouldn't punish you. And God says to you what to do. You think He's going to lie to you or mislead you in any way? What's the purpose of that? He is begging the Jews in the Torah, I wish you would listen to me, that I should reward you in the afterlife, for eternity, for you and your children, ad olam, for eternity. I wish they would listen to me. I wish there will not be a stubborn nation, and many other examples, that is anxious, really, if I can say this word, if I can use anxious, that the Jews would listen to him and follow his instruction. What for? That they pass the test and they get the reward. Now you may ask, I got the point, Who wanted this test? I asked him to create me. Why did he set up this whole test? Because the Torah says clearly, I'm your God testing you. I'm testing you to see what you're going to choose. You're going to listen to me and listen to my commandments and follow them, or you would not. What's the purpose of the test? Comes right after that it should reward you in your end. Now we all see that righteous people do not get in this life any reward before they die. There's no concept here that once you come to the last 5 years of your life, you're beginning to cash out on all your commandments and all your merits. No, we don't find that. As a matter of fact, we saw some righteous people dying with sicknesses, and some very wicked people live to 90, 100, and they die in their sleep. So where is the justice that the Torah is speaking about? The Torah says, I'm the God of justice. Nobody can bribe me. I give everyone exactly what they deserve. In the long run. Now you may ask, okay, so why God needed to create a place of a test? Couldn't He just put our soul in a place that He promised for the afterlife, life of eternity, with all the greatest pleasure, spiritual pleasure? Just put us over there? The answer is the person would not enjoy something he received for free forever. The shame will kill the person. He wouldn't enjoy it. What is it like? You come, you live by me. 1 month I give you food, clothing, car, credit card. We cook for you. We do your laundry. After a few days you come and say, can I participate in cleaning? Can I go shopping for you? Can I help you in any way? Why people offer help? Most people are lazy. They want to sleep and enjoy life. Why should they come and work and clean? The answer is because they suffer. Receiving all the time and not giving a little bit in return makes the person suffer. That's the nature of a person in a spiritual way. Shame. So comes the next question. In that case, why God didn't make us different than what we are? He would make us with no shame. No shame. We only wants to receive. Give me more, unlimited. The answer is, it's impossible. Why? Because He did not create us from nothing. The soul of us, of the people, comes from Him Himself. It's an actual part of God. It's hard for us to understand because we speak in a very high spiritual way. But God put, as the Torah described, that He made Adam and He pushed into his nostril a living soul. We go to the oral Torah. The oral Torah say, the one who blew the soul in, he is apart from Himself. We have God's traits. Even if we want, we couldn't behave different because it's like an integral part from this divine, amazing thing which called God. Now you may say, but how come there's so many things that I don't understand? I would like to know about this and that. There's so many things, there's no way for me to understand. The Torah say, dear Jew, whatever you need to understand to be successful in your life purpose, God gave you permission to know. Whatever you don't understand, that there's no way for you to ever understand in this life, that means it will not benefit you in any way in your test in life, in your purpose of life. No, if any would confuse you more. Everything you need to know, I gave you permission to know and ability to know. Whatever you don't know, don't kill yourself over it. People sometimes focusing on things that are such irrelevant subjects, instead of focusing on the real purpose of life. The Torah answers what's the purpose of life. Let's read. The Torah says, listen Israel, to the laws and the sentences that I'm giving you today. You should learn them. It's not enough just to know that it's on your shelf, like some people think. You should keep them to do. Many people say, Rabbi, I'm religious in my heart. I love God very much. I kiss the mezuzah every day. My grandfather was a rabbi. Yeah, your grandfather is already in heaven. What about you? What do you live for? Do you think you came to this world just to eat and to sleep and to have a female and to go swimming and doing some sport? This is the purpose of life? That's not what the Torah says. What you call life and what God call life is completely two different things. The Torah says an amazing thing. It says God is making this covenant with us today. All of us are here alive. Face to face, God speaking to us from the fire. It's verse inside the Torah. And as I'm continuing in the chapter of Vayetchanan, Deuteronomy chapter 4, the Torah says the obligation to every Jew, you have to teach and inform your children and your grandchildren that you receive the Torah from me, the creator of the world, and I'm your Father in heaven. Never forget the days that you stood in front of me in Mount Sinai. And after reviewing my Torah, you have to teach yourself to fear from me. I'm not your friend from high school, after all. I'm the boss of this world. Your life depends on my decisions. Your eternity depends on my decision. If you're going to get married or not, it's my decision. If you're going to have money, what to eat, it's my decision. If you're going to be healthy or not, it's my decision. But I make my decision based on your behaving. Now you may say, okay, sounds very nice, but I don't really see it in reality. Beautiful speech, but where do we see it? We see righteous people sometimes suffer. Wicked people celebrate. Where is the justice? The answer is, again, is ignorance. Why? If everybody will get in, they make according to the Torah immediately. A second after a person committed a sin. Let's say a person stole $100. The Torah says that you have to pay double. If this is the punishment of a thief. So a second later, he loses $200. Tomorrow he's trying to steal again. He's stealing $1,000. A second later, he lost $2,000. What value life would have? There's no free choice. You're like a robot. Comes the Torah say, here comes the Sabbath. You have to observe the Sabbath. Do not create any fire on the seventh day. A person light fire, boom, explode to death. Second person light fire, light a cigarette on the Sabbath, explode to death. Do you think the third person or anybody else would ever dare to move on the Sabbath? People would stand like this. They were afraid to move. The wife will call his name. Don't talk until tomorrow night when Sabbath is over. Why? I just saw two people who turn on the light or something that they're not supposed to do on the Sabbath. They died right away. There's no free choice. There's no value to this life. A test means you can do whatever you want. In the end, we're going to calculate what I owe you or what you owe me. That's what it means, a test. If the reward and the punishment would be instant, immediate, there would not be any test here. There's no test. Every charity you give, you doubled your money. Everybody, even the Nazis will come to give money to the yeshivas to learn Torah. Why not? They doubled their money. They care. Everybody will do it. The idea is to give charity and sometimes to lose the next day money in a business. So where is the justice? It's in the Torah. I am faithful to pay everyone in the end what I promise. You either trust me or not. That's what the Torah says. So the Torah says, I spoke to you from the fire, you heard my voice, but you did not see an image. God doesn't have a physical image like some people may imagine him. No physical, no shape, no size. He's filling up the entire universe. Every place you go, God's there. Everywhere. So, we move on. As the Torah continue, the Torah say, today you're becoming a nation. Keep my laws and do them. Again, it's constantly repeat the word you should do, la'asot, to do, not in the heart. To do. This is the world of doing things. The Torah say you should do it with all your heart and all your soul. You making God to be your master, to follow His ways and listen to His orders. And in return, only then, it's a conditional thing, blessing. In return, God is making you a special, able nation, as He promised you if you keep His laws. And to make you, the nation of Israel, above, spiritually, above all the other nations. To make you holy, glorious, as I am God holy, and I'm making you holy. It's interesting. We move on. So remember, next time when you watch or you listen, please pay attention. The Jews are the chosen people only if they follow their obligation in a deal. If they listen to God, they learn His Torah, they do what they need to do, They would try. Of course, people make mistakes. No one is perfect, and the Torah already say it. I don't expect you to be perfect all your life. But I expect you to put all your heart and all your soul by learning and developing to become a righteous person. If you do not do that, don't ever dream that you are anything special, like some people think. They do everything the opposite of what God says, and yet they think that they are the chosen people. No. As a matter of fact, a Gentile that keeps the 7 laws that is obligated is a righteous Gentile, even though he's not a part of God's nation, because God did not choose him to be his son, like the Torah says, but he gives him a lot of respect. Why? He is fulfilling his obligation. Every Gentile can convert and any times he wants. It's not easy because the Jewish nation is not a nation of missionaries like Christians and Muslims and any other cults. All the phony cults and religions are putting billions of dollars to hunt Jewish souls, to get them, to force them, sometimes with a sword. Trillions of dollars over the history. For inquisitions and all kinds of other problems. Why? Phony religions cannot convince anybody to follow it. Only with threatening and all kinds of things. No. The Jews are not running after anybody to join them. The opposite. The Torah says if somebody wants to convert, you have to be as tough as possible to check how sincere he is. To see if he's able to pass this test. If not, it's not fair to make him a Jew. It's become a lot harder for him. And then he's subject to more punishments by not doing what he's supposed to. Keep him a Gentile. Let him keep the 7 laws. It's also a great achievement. So Jews who do not fulfill their obligation perhaps can be in a worse situation than Gentiles that do. So it's not automatically chosen people like something. It's subject to what you're going to do. As I move on, the Torah says, this is in chapter Nitzavim, Deuteronomy 30, when you're going to listen to your God and follow His laws that are written in this book of Torah, and return to your God with all your heart and all your soul. This is the mitzvah, this is the commandments of repentance. We're going to make mistake. We always have a chance to repent and ask God to forgive us. That's why we have Yom Kippur once a year, and every day when we pray, any second a person can make repentance. Once he makes repentance, it changes status automatically. Why? He's asking forgiveness. And God is willing to open him a window. Come on, let's start. Let's see how serious you are. So the Torah says, if you repent and return to God with all your heart and all your soul, remember, this Torah that I'm giving you is not so difficult. It's not far away. It's not in heaven that you may say, who is going to go there and get it for us to teach us that we should do? It's not beyond the ocean to say who is going to bring it that we should do. No. It's very close to you. In your mouth, in your heart, to do it. In your mouth is laws that's subject to the mouth. Praying, learning Torah, this is the mouth. In your heart, this is the laws of faith and believing God and trust Him and thinking holy things and not think about bad things. This is in the heart. Where is the evil inclination is in the heart. And the last thing to do, commandments that we do with the hand, like putting tefillin, lulav, etrog, building sukkah, and all kind, making matzah, eating, all these laws. So there are 3 categories. Commandments that are in the mouth, commandments that in the brain, which in the heart, which is thinking what to do, what not to do, and with the hands. Everything is covered in one verse. Comes the next verse is critical. Re'eh, pay attention. I am giving you today the life and the good, the death and the bad. As I order you to love your God and follow His ways. And you will be blessed and have children and multiply over the earth that I'm giving you. Life and the death, blessing and the curse I put in front of you. You should choose the life that you should live, you and your descendants after you. I have a very serious question here. We see that from 6.4 billion people, very small minority listening to God and trying to be righteous. Most people don't care about God. Even if they have a problem, sometimes they scream God, but really in real life, they don't care about Him. They're very ungrateful to Him. Some of them claim they don't recognize Him, they don't believe in Him. We see it. The Torah says very clear, no possibility to translate in two different ways, only one explanation. The Torah says, if you're going to listen to me and follow my laws, you would live, you and your children after you. Which means if you are not going to do it, you are dead. You may ask me, what do you mean? The dog doesn't keep the laws of the Torah and he's alive. He's eating, he's running, moving his tail. He has a female. The Gentiles, some of them worship idols. They put a statue and worship idols, like in the East, in the Far East. They don't believe in this God. They're also alive. Some of them are billionaires. Among the Jews, most of the Jews in the world do not observe the Sabbath and many other laws. So they're also alive. What's going on here? But what we call life and what God is calling life is completely two different things. What we call life, it's really not life. If this was life, God would make us chimpanzees or dogs. There's not even one reason why it's better to be a human being than an animal. The animals then don't have to work 30 years to pay the mortgage. They don't have to kill themselves. They don't have doctor's appointment, vaccine, paying for private school, raising children, changing diapers for a few years, one kid after the other. They don't have all this. They don't have to be in traffic 3-4 hours to get to work, to make a living. Maybe there's not going to be food. All kinds of problems that people have. Stress. Did you ever see an animal with white hair? Or getting bald? Never. They don't have stress. They don't have all these symptoms. You saw the lion in the Bronx Zoo is sleeping there for 20 years, enjoying, getting tan. They bring him the food all the way to his mouth. Or in the jungles of Africa. Their life is much easier. They have females as much as they want. They don't have to put a show, buy her a drink, taking her hair, buy her a car, all this phony life. They don't have this. They do whatever they want. No obligation, no threat, no nothing, no Yom Kippur, no you should do, you should not do, everything. So what do we do here? If the purpose of life was just to eat, we could be monkeys. We don't need to be people. If the purpose of life would be to enjoy the physical world, we could be monkeys. If the purpose of life is to have children, like some say, we could be monkeys. If the purpose of life was to enjoy sports, we could be monkeys or fish. It swims better. So what is the purpose of life? The Torah answers this question. The Torah says, "Mutar ha'adam min ha'behema." There's no advantage to the human being from the animals whatsoever. Besides the holy divine soul that God gave the person, and that soul is going to be judged in the afterlife. That's it. That's the advantage. You may say, what advantage? We better be a dog. Eat, not worry about the future, nothing. No. The dog doesn't have life of eternity full of pleasures. He lives here, he dies, finished. You have a ticket. You have to materialize the ticket to live life of eternity. You have to understand it's not simple. Every Jew that was born to a Jewish mother, he has a ticket. But in the back of the ticket, there are a list of conditions. What's the list of the conditions? You should do, you should not do, be careful, you should do. I remember once I had a ticket to a place, and I didn't read the instructions on the back of the ticket. So we went there, my wife and I, to the place, and it turns out that it was a very fancy place. It was a very fancy place. And we were dressed not fancy, like black tie, like we were supposed to. And the guy doesn't let us in. And I said, what do you mean? We have tickets. Pay tickets for the tickets. He said, I'm sorry, you didn't follow the instructions in the back. I can't let you in. He turned on his flashlight and showed us. No sneakers, no leather jacket, no this, no that. You have to come in this time. You have to come. A list of instructions, whatever it was. So what do we see? Just that you're born to the Jewish nation, doesn't give you nothing yet. You have to sweat for it. Adam la'amal yulad, a person was born to pass the test. Nobody will get you to life of eternity, only yourself. Your children can help you after, but you yourself, it's 100% in your hand. So the Torah says that you and your children would like to live. Is not talking about the temporary life here. It's talking about eternal life. As a matter of fact, the prophet Ezekiel repeats this concept with words that, if you listen to that, it gives us real goosebumps, you know. The prophet says that God swore in his name, and this is his words. I swear on my name, God says, that I'm not interested to kill the dead. Rather, I'm interested that he will return from his bad ways, that he should live. First question, how can you kill the dead person? I'm not interested to kill the dead. Rather, I want him to return. How the dead can return? He's dead already. What are we speaking about a divine language here? It's not a reporter from the newspaper that made a mistake. It's God. What does he say? I'm not interested to punish the wicked people with all these punishments that I listed in the Torah. I would prefer that they would listen and follow and pass their test, that I should reward them, not punish them. However, since I made a system of justice, I cannot give the same end to the wicked people like the righteous people. It cannot be. Has to be justice. If the wicked people will get the same exact reward like the righteous people, after 7 years of efforts, comes the righteous people to God and would say to him, God, you tricked us. You lied to us. It's not what you promised, that you're the God of justice. How can it be we get the same end like them? So what did we bother for? Why we gave up so many of our desires and plans to follow your ways? Makes sense, no? So the Torah says, I'm not interested to kill the dead. He's already dead. Spiritually he's dead. When he's not connected to me, yeah, he can be sitting in a restaurant eating steak and smiling and listening to all kinds of things and playing basketball. Doesn't matter, whatever he wants to do. Spiritually, soul is not connected to me. He's dead. Life and death could be on and off. A person can go and learn Torah 2 hours, he's alive. Then he goes and makes sins, he's dead. Then he sleeps, he's dead. Then he's up, he's alive again. On and off. He's eating kosher, he's alive. He's making another sin, he's not alive. In the end, everything is combined to one big life. And how much we're going to get now for this X amount of minutes that we have every day. So remember, I think that in case you're living against the Torah, something like this, if you listen to it, should wake you up. Why? God is calling people who do not listen to his orders in the Torah dead. What can be a biggest embarrassment than this? I'm not interested to kill the dead. He's dead already. I want him to return, that he should live. What kind of life? Life of eternity. That's not what we think life here. Life here the monkeys also have, the dogs also have, with no problems. Their life is much easier. When they give birth, a minute later, the baby is running already. No changing diapers, no mortgage, no problems. So let's move on. The next thing it says, the Torah says, Ve'ata Israel, and now Israel, what is your God asking from you? Besides, to fear him and follow his laws. So we see the concept of fear. Love and fear, it's a combination. It cannot be only love, it cannot be only fear. It has to be balanced. Some people say, no, I don't want to hear about fear. Don't tell me about these things. The answer of the Torah is, don't be a wise guy. Without fear, you cannot follow the right ways. Also without love, it has to be a combination. It's like body and soul. The soul alone cannot make commandments here, cannot practice anything. The body alone without the soul is worthless. The value of the body in a laboratory, it's less than $2. The minerals, the salt, the iron, the water, whatever we have in the body is nothing. When a person dies, obviously nobody sues for $2 for his life. People understand that his spiritual value, that will determine the lawsuit. The Torah continues and the Torah says, I torture you, Yes, there is a concept of God is giving us hard tests, and sometimes it's hard for us, and we're about to break and give up. And the Torah already told us the outcome. The Torah says, I'm torturing you, I'm giving you hard time, maybe it's the better way to use, to test you. I'm testing you. No, what's the test? To see what's going to be in your heart. Are you going to be faithful to my commandments or not? So what's the order? I'm giving you hard time, cannot find a job, the car is stuck in the highway 20 below zero, problems with the children, you can't get married, you can't find a wife, you don't feel good, you have migraines, millions of different problems. I'm giving you problems. What's the point of giving you problems? Not because I'm sadistic and sitting here and enjoy like some fools may think. No. It's because it's part of my test. Why? Would you going to kick and everything and give up, or you're going to be strong and follow the instructions? And this is a part of the test. I'm testing you. Only after you perform and prove that you're listening and you are following everything, with good or bad, doesn't matter, then I'm going to perform as well. I am going to reward you in your end for you and your children after you forever. Forever. Forever means eternity. So in case you wonder if you're going to be rewarded after life, the Torah is not a newspaper. The Torah says clearly, after you follow my test, I will reward you forever, forever and ever. Billions of years is not even the beginning. The Torah says if you take all the pleasure of all the righteous people, of all, not only the righteous people, all the people in the creation from the beginning to the end, everybody, billions of people, whatever you can think of, sport, women, money, hobbies, you know, anything you can think of, combined, food, good food, delicious, everything combined, of all the people together, will not be equal to 1 hour of the reward of one righteous person in the next life. Will not be equal. Where does it say it? The Torah says, יפה שעה אחת של קורת רוח, 1 hour of pleasure in the next life, בעולם הבא, in the next life, is more than the entire life on this planet of everyone combined. From this entire world. Can you believe this? And what is going to be the reward? It's hard to know. Why? We have no way to know. We have no tools to understand. The Torah uses a very interesting example. The Torah says righteous people sit in the next world and sucking, enjoying from the greatness of God. It's a spiritual pleasure that there's no way to describe. In this life, when we have here and there some little spiritual pleasure, we feel so great. People are searching for spirituality everywhere. That's peanuts compared to that pleasure. If you read, if you learn Torah, you would know what I'm talking about. And God says, forever and ever. For what? For eating kosher, for keeping the Sabbath, for putting tefillin 5 minutes a day, for praying at least once a day, talking to me when you have a problem, raising your children to be Jewish and follow my ways, and few other things to do. And that's it. It's much easier today to be a Jew with all the technology. It's very easy. All these timers on the Sabbath and the hot trays and all these things. It makes our life a lot easier today. Plus, most of the commandments are not in effect now. It's not relevant now because we don't have the temple. Like 80% of the laws are not relevant to our generation. We're left with much, much limited obligation. And we still do not listen to God. It's hard to believe. And I always say it's not because we are evil or bad. Most of us is because of ignorance. We never read the Torah once in our life. How can we keep? The Torah says, "Ein am haaretz chasid." No ignorant can become righteous. It never happened and it will never happen, ever. As I continue, the Torah says, you should know in your heart the same way a father is strict with his son, This is how your God is strict with you. Out of love, not out of revenge or being sadistic, God forbid. Same way a father that loves his son sometimes give him a punishment, be in a room for an hour for what you just did or what you're about to do. It's because he loves him. He doesn't want to see the boy sitting in a room and crying. It's an educational punishment. It's to push you to the right direction, God says. Be very careful that you should never forget the days that you received this Torah from me. It repeats constantly, almost in every chapter. Now come people and say, okay, Rabbi, I really want to be more observant and more religious. But you know, there's so much to do. And I have businesses, I open on a Sabbath, and you know, how I'm going to make a living? My business is not kosher, I'm a cheater, I'm stealing, I'm a salesman, I cheat my customers, I sell not kosher, I'm full of baloney. How exactly I'm going to be righteous? First of all, it's a process. Nobody became Moses overnight. And God knows it, and the Torah says, open me the size of the needle, and I'll open you the whole world. And the Torah says, I am supervising you, and I'm feeding you, and everything you have comes from me, so what do you worry? Trust me. Same thing when he gave them bread from heaven, he told them, do not keep for tomorrow. Eat today everything I gave you, tomorrow I'll still take care of you. Some of them did not believe God. They saved, they put in a jars away for tomorrow. What happened, the Torah says? It all became full of worms. Why? As a punishment. Today, when God is hiding himself in a creation, it's much harder for us to see supervision. But if you really learn and watch and pay attention, you have to be blind not to see. And not only that, the Torah says, ועשית הישר והטוב בעיני השם. You should do the good and the decent in the eyes of your God, that you should be later be benefit from it. The Torah didn't say do what's logical in your eyes. Do what's good, what you learn in Harvard University or Tel Aviv University. That's not what the Torah says. The Torah says, do what's good and decent in my eyes. Not what the newspaper teach you every day. What I said, that I will reward you, I will benefit you for what you're doing. למען יטב לך, for your own good. You're not doing me a favor, God says, for keeping the laws. You're actually helping yourself, not for me. I'm complete with or without you. I was here before you, I'll be after you. I set the rules with a test for you. You follow, you win. You don't, you pay a big price. It will be a very heavy price to pay. Same thing, the reward is huge. Sometimes the punishment is huge. So the Torah say, why are you worried that you're not going to be able to make a living if you're not going to be a crook? Wrong. Let's read. I'm giving you cities full of greatness that you did not build. Houses full of wealth and full of good that you did not fulfill. Wells that are digged, but you did not dig them. Vineyards, olives that you did not plant. You should eat, enjoy, and be full. But be careful not to be ungrateful and forget the God that took you out of Egypt. I released you from slavery to freedom to make you my children. Because your God is a strict God. He may get angry at what you do, and God forbid, we see it all the time, will destroy you from the face of the earth. Do not test your God as you did in the desert. Do not test God. He's not your friend from high school. You want to win? Just listen. Sometimes you don't understand. No big deal. Who's to say that you have to understand everything? When you go to the doctor and you say you need a surgery, you're going to sit now 7 years to learn in medical school until you understand the logic of what the doctor is telling you? No. You say, yes, sir, yes, doctor. I trust your judgment. You're 20 years of doctors. You learn, you know. I do not know about medicine. I trust your judgment. Same thing with the computer, with accounting, with lawyers. Same thing. Who's to say that you have to know everything in every different field? No. And the Torah continue. Be careful that you won't be fooled and you build yourself beautiful houses and your sheep and cows will multiply and gold and silver you'll have plenty and you become a proud person and in the end you'll forget your God. And then you may say, thanks to my talent, thanks to my ability, I became so successful. This is all clear verses in the Torah, but the problem is nobody ever read that. Most people never read that. They have millions of questions and the answer is right black on white. Simple Hebrew. And you may say, thanks to my talent and my strength, I'm so successful. You have to remember that everything you have came from me, God. I gave you the talent to be successful. And right here in the same page is Deuteronomy 8, verse 9. Verse 12 and then 9, in the same page. It says like this. You should say, you should know that sometimes I'm strict with you to test you, להטיבך באחריתך. And all of that is that I'll be able to reward you in the end. As I said before, and we move on. Now comes the question. In that case, we see like wicked people receive a lot of wealth in this life, and righteous people not always. Sometimes do, sometimes not. So what's really exactly happening here? The concept is very simple. The more we earn here, the more we're going to receive in the afterlife, which is eternal. However, we're also making sins in this life. So if we do most of our things is good deeds, and some of it is sins, God is paying us for the sins in this life, that when we come in front of Him to our trial, there's a 1-year trial in heaven after 1-year trial. In the afterlife, He pays us in this life for the sins, that we come clean, and He just gives us the reward. We go to heaven and we're done with this test. We don't have to be reincarnated here again. But if we, most of our days, it sins, and here and there we make some commandments. Most people, sometimes they wicked, once in a while they give donation, in their bar mitzvah they put tefillin once in their life, maybe, a few mitzvot here and there, they put mezuzah maybe in their door. So God owes them. He's faithful to pay for even the smallest commandment. And the Torah says, I'm faithful to pay everyone exactly what he deserves. However, is 80 or 90% sins, only 10% mitzvot, only 10% commandments. So God says, since your dream is to be rich and famous and successful, and you have few things that I owe you, I will pay you in this life, but I get rid of you. When you come to your trial, I owe you nothing. You may say, I put mezuzah, I'll show you 3 houses that you had for that. I gave donation, I show you a beautiful wife and beautiful children. I put tefillin once in my life, you got saved from the police for something that you did, I saved you. Everything you may say, God will show you what He paid you for that commandments that you kept. Where does it say it in the Torah? It's beautiful. To give beautiful speeches is very nice. But we want proof. And the only way to prove is first to prove that the Torah is divine, can never be written by a human being. The next step is to start reading what God says. That's His opinions. The chapter of Va'etchanan, Deuteronomy 7, verse 9. You should know that your God is the faithful God who always keeps His covenant, and the mercy to His lovers who keep His commandments. Who is considered a lover of God? Someone who listens to Him, not someone who gives beautiful speeches. Someone who listens to Him. For 1,000 generations. This is the end of this verse. I am the faithful God who keep always my covenant and the mercy to my lovers who keep my mitzvot for 1,000 generations. We only live 1 generation here. No, don't worry. The soul lives in a body 1 generation. Once the soul exits the body, I take it up there to the spiritual worlds. There's life of eternity, and that's where the reward is going to be. And what comes right after that? Shocking. Shocking. This is what it says. And paying my haters cash to their face to get rid of them. I will not delay their payment. I will pay them cash to their face. This is right here, Deuteronomy 7, chapter 9. Open the Bible now and read. Don't have to believe me. Let's conclude that in case you did not understand. If you're mostly righteous and you make some sins, I'll make you suffer for those sins here and there. You lose here, you lose a deal. Sometimes you lost your house, sometimes it was hard with the children, hard with work, traffic, problems, some sicknesses. But I cleaned you out from all your sins. You're done. Now you come, I owe you eternity. But if you mainly 90% sins, or 95 or 99%, you do some good things in your life, I collect everything and I paid you for that in this life. But remember, the reward was 10, 20, 30 or 40 years and that's it. It's a blink of the eye before you realize it will be over all this illusion. But when you come there, 1 year trial. In the trial, the Torah says you're going to see your entire life. From the minute you crawl on a rug as a baby until the moment you died. Every thought, every scenario, everything is going to be reviewed for good or for bad. And then there's a verdict with a reward or punishment. Depends what you deserve. Once you come there, you may complain. I did this, I did that. I'm going to show you that I paid you for everything. But you have no share to the world to come. You lost it. God forbid. Sometimes it's so painful in the heart to see for such stupid things. People are going to lose so much. And it all is a result of ignorance. Not evilness, no. Ignorance. That's our job. Everyone who can educate the Jews to wake up from their dream, from the world of illusion, it's an obligation. It's not a choice anymore. It's like standing on a road and think somebody is about to die. Wouldn't you jump to pull him, to save him from a car hitting him? The Torah continues. I am the faithful God who does not receive a bribe and give everyone exactly what he deserves. Do not move from the way that I order you. If you're going to listen to me, I am going to fight for you against your enemies. Why don't you believe it what I promise? Deuteronomy 1, verse 29 to 32. And another page. Since I made you a holy nation, no racism, no discrimination, do not get the wrong impression. I made you special from all the other nations. I gave you a new mission in life until the acceptance of the Torah in Mount Sinai. You had only 7 laws to keep like the rest of the Gentiles. Now I made a covenant, an eternal covenant with you, which I promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob that I will benefit their children after them, not because you're righteous, because of your fathers. You got lucky that I owed your fathers this, for them being faithful and righteous to me, and I promised them that I will never leave their children after, never. Like the Christian thought that maybe God gave up on the Jews and gave somebody else the mission. No. It's clearly inside the Torah that God promised, I will never replace to Jacob. I will never replace your descendants with any other nation. So I don't know what got into their mind. How can they ignore clear verses in so many different places? But besides that, because of that, the Torah says, I do not allow you to marry any other people besides the Jewish nation. Hi, she may be a beautiful girl with a heart of gold, decent, with great manners, from a good family, and sometimes even wealthy. Everything is perfect. She'll be a perfect wife. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. It's not my choice. Whether she's good or not, it doesn't matter. I'm not allowed. If a person made those laws, then he's a racist. It could be Adolf Hitler. What's the difference? Who's to say which person is better than the other, who can marry, who cannot marry? Of course, it's racism. But when the manufacturer of all people say you cannot be with them, this is one league and this is a different league. I just do not allow you. And it's clearly, where does it say it, in case you wonder? It's right here, and also in Deuteronomy. Do not make a covenant with them. Do not marry their daughters. Do not marry their son. Because you are a holy nation. Your God chose you from all the nation to be a special nation. You are less than all the nations, not because you are more than all the nations. You are the smallest nation. This was written 3,320 years. He was right, apparently. There's only 13.2 million Jews in the world. That's it. We started in the same generation like the Chinese people. 4,200 years after the flood that destroyed the whole world and kept Noah with his 3 sons and their wives in the ark. When they came out of the ark, the world restarted again. We should have been just as much as the Chinese and even more, because the Jews have no restriction on birth like they have in China, 1 kid only. We are only 13.2 million and they are close to 2 billion. Intermarriage, assimilation, all kinds of death because of the punishments that God gave us, brought us to be the smallest nation in history. Even today, the smallest nation in the whole world. And God says, I'm watching over you every day from heaven to see who is a brilliant person that is searching for me. Who is a brilliant person in the eyes of God? Not somebody who went to Columbia or Yale or Harvard. No. They also could be clever people and with education. I'm not saying no. But that's not what God called intelligence. And real intelligence, something that has blessing in it, means I'm searching for you, God. Like King David, read the entire Psalms. Half of it is only searching for God. Show me your way. Help me to be close to you. Show me my purpose in life. Show me never to upset you, never to be ungrateful, and many examples. So, it's all verses. Once you read, it's very clear. I want to tell you before we finish something that will make us think. You know, the Torah says that when a person died, the main problem in the afterlife, before we're talking about the physical punishment, you may ask me, how can it be physical punishment if the soul went up and the body went to the grave? The body didn't go to the heaven, to the upper world. The answer is, it's exactly like in a dream, a simulation. Same thing a person can dream. The longest dream, the scientist says, is 9 seconds. Some say a minute. It doesn't matter. It's a very short period of time, the dream. Sometimes a person wakes up from a horrible dream and he describes to his wife 6 months of suffering. I was in the ocean, they took me, they put me in prison, they were beating me up every day, and I didn't have food, I was starving, I was crying, I was sick, I went to the hospital. And then the wife said, what do you mean? You're only sleeping 5 minutes. How in a minute or two that you fell asleep, you're already telling me a 6-month story with details and conversations that you had with the doctors and what you did in a boat and with people and while you were in a prison. How does it fit in 1 or 2 minutes? Because it's the soul, not the body. The soul is not limited to time. Once the soul goes out of the body, like in a dream, a part of it goes up. That's the Torah teaching us. God can do anything He wants with that soul. If He wants the soul to feel 1,000,000 years, the soul feel 1,000,000 years. So the punishment, in case you wonder how is it possible, physical punishment, is exactly like the feeling in a dream. If a person feels he's burning in a dream, 100%. He feels it actual. It takes hours, Then later when he comes back to reality, he finds out that it was all a dream, but in the middle of the dream, it was 100% suffering. So there's no question, how can it be physical punishments? It's 100%. Like the F-16 pilots, they go into a special assimilation. When they comes out, they sweat, their face is red, they can hardly hold the helmet. Why? They're only sitting in an electronic device there and move like this, and it wasn't really a plane. It's 100%. You should see how they come out. It's called assimilation. Simulation. You know, so the Torah said that the main punishment of a person is the embarrassment. That the person see what he did and he realized what a shame. I once heard a beautiful analogy. Is sometimes a person comes to make a sin and he sees a goy, a non-Jew runs next to him. How are you doing? As soon as he saw him, he doesn't feel comfortable of making the sin. Sometimes he comes to make a sin, he see a little kid, 2 years old. Go to mommy, don't stare at me, go. The kid doesn't want to move. The person goes away, doesn't make the sin. Sometimes a person comes to make a sin and the dog is staring at him. And he's trying to push the dog away from the room, but the dog doesn't want to move. So he tells his girlfriend, okay, let's go. I cannot make a sin in front of this dog here. I'll come in another time. This is the story, what we learn from it. After 120 years that we will be forced to leave this world, it's not up to us. We have to know one thing. We come in front of God. He's going to ask each one of us, am I worse than a dog in your eyes? Tell me. I fed you for 70, 80 years. I took care of all your needs. I married you. I gave you children. I saved you from hundreds of thousands of tragedies. Everything you had, your car, your house, your telephone, your clothing, your food, everything I gave you. What did I ask from you? To keep few laws a day? To be a decent person? Not to be a thief? To rest one day on a Sabbath? To make it holy? To pray a little bit? To talk to me? To learn my Torah? What did I ask from you? When you went to make a sin in front of the dog, you couldn't do it. You were embarrassed from the dog. What about me? Didn't you read in the Torah that the Torah said there's an eye who watch over you? There's a ear who listens to you? And everything you do has been registered in a book of God. Didn't you see that? I'm worse than a dog? You didn't see that I'm watching what you do, everything behind the doors, in hidden rooms? What are we going to say? Where are we going to hide? From the embarrassment. It's horrible. The shame, you can see in this life that is the worst punishment. A person will give any physical pain in order for him to save 1 minute of embarrassment. I'll give you an example. I'm sure you saw once in your life at least a boxing match. 2 boxers hit one another. Usually one is falling and the other one is winning. It's called a knockout. What happened always to the boxer who loses? Once he falls on the floor, the referee counts until 10, and the fight is over, and there's a winner. He goes, you made a lot of money, he became the champ. What happened to the loser always? Pay attention next time if you watch. First thing he's trying to do is to grab the rope, climb back on his feet, and wave to the crowd. Wow, why? He's suffering horrible physical pain. His head is pounding, his back is breaking, can hardly see anything. He hears screaming noise. In 1 hour we're going to find that he died in a hospital, which happens occasionally. What was on his mind is only one thing: to avoid the 1 minute embarrassment. That's why he was doing everything he can to wave to the crowd. I am still standing. I wasn't defeated. Here I am. I'm still alive. I didn't lose by a lot. He did not knock me out. To save the 1 minute embarrassment, is willing to suffer for the rest of his life with his physical damage or the pain that he's having right now. It's irrelevant. Let me just prevent the embarrassment. The rest I don't care. We see it all the time. And the next life, the real punishment is the embarrassment, because that's it. It's not the world of lies like here. You can lie as much as you want and you get away with that. No. Over there, it's all going to be displayed. There's no way to run. Read the Torah, learn. I did not write it. People are running after money. They give everything they can. I once gave this story about a person that 70 years, he made a lot of money, and he made $100 million. He's 70 years old right now. 70 years old. And after 70 years, he's dead, he's sick. After 70 years, he is sick with cancer in a hospital. There's no cure for his disease. Comes a doctor, show him a little bottle and say, hey, I have the solution for your problem. I can cure you right away and get you out of the hospital tomorrow. See this bottle, it cost me $1 to make it. But I will charge you $99 million for that. I will leave you $1 million to live, don't worry. I won't make you starve. I'm a nice guy. I check your financials, and I will sell you this cure for $99 million. Nobody knows about it. I only have it. That's why, if you want it, buy it from me. The answer is, of course he would buy it. Nobody wants to die. When people, before they die, they beg for their life. I saw it many times in hospitals, how people die, how they beg, they have tears. They don't want to die. They give everything they have. So the question is, a person went to work when he was 20 years old. 50 years he worked, conventions, trip, running, flying, courts, fighting with the partners, working for 6 in the morning, coming back late at night, meetings, giving up life with his wife and children, neglect his private life, running up, so much effort and stress, IRS, problem, all kinds of things. Finally he saved $100 million. Now when he's sick, he's willing to give almost everything to buy maybe another day of life. Nobody promised him how long he's going to live. He's going to get cured tomorrow and get out of the hospital. Maybe tomorrow he'll die out of sickness, out of being old. Or maybe he's going to get another sickness. After all, he's not a young guy, he's 70. The question that I ask, why, when now we have 3 days, we don't take advantage of them? Why? Every day now could be worth $100 million for us, because one day we're going to need these days. It will be too late. Now we have the days, especially the young ones. Everything is in front of you all your life. Take advantage on it. Take advantage, but people don't take advantage. You should know one choice can affect your entire life. It works exactly like the GPS that we have in our cars. Once you miss one exit, the GPS told you get off this direction. It recalculates and everything in your future change. The highways change, the exits change, going in different places. It could be more traffic, it could be a lot harder. Yes, of course. You are 20 years old, you have a choice. You have a beautiful young girl, but no fear from God. She's not righteous. She's 20, you want to marry her, and you have a girl that is not so beautiful, but very righteous. You chose the beauty, you ignore the righteousness, you chose the beauty, your life will never be the same. With the righteous girl, you could have become a great rabbi and have yeshiva and have students and teach Torah, and your children are great, and eventually, the most important thing, you materialize your ticket for life of eternity. With the other girl, you're lucky if you even get there, in the lowest level. So you see the one choice affecting your eternity. Not only you, your children, it's a chain reaction. You know, there's an amazing story that we should learn a lot from it. When in the Holocaust, when the Americans and the Russians liberates the camps, one American Jewish soldier, his name was Winiger. He was going in a forest and he saw a 12-year-old Jewish boy running, very skinny, poor kid, hardly has clothes on him. He runs in the forest. The soldier runs after him with a gun, and he saw that the boy is digging under a tree and he's taking out a menorah, a Hanukkah menorah, a silver one. He was afraid maybe he's pulling out a gun or something to shoot at him, so he was nervous. Once he saw that it's only a menorah, the soldier called him and said, "Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm also a Jew. I'm a Jew from America, from New York. I'm a soldier." So once the boy felt comfortable with him, the boy started to cry. "I lost my father, and I don't know what happened to my mother. They took her away, and probably she's also dead. I'm alone here. I don't have nowhere to go. I don't know what to do. This is the only thing I have left for my family, this menorah. It's been going on in our family for 200 years, from generation to generation. I was able to hide it here before they took it." So the American soldier felt so bad for this boy. It's a true story. It happens here, right after the Holocaust. He said, "Don't worry, I'll take you with me to New York. I'll adopt you. I'll try to help you as much as I can." He took him with him to New York. He brought this menorah with him. That's all he has in his life. That's it, one silver menorah, antique, from 200 years ago. Once he lived by his house here in New York, one day, these Winiger friends worked for the Museum of Art in New York. He came to pay a visit. As soon as he saw that menorah, he realized right away it's a treasure. And he asked him, where did you get this silver menorah? It's a very famous antique thing. He told him it belongs to this boy. He turned to the boy and said, I'm giving you a check, $50,000 for this menorah. You know, this is 60 years ago. It's like $2 million today, if you calculate. For this menorah, to sell it to the museum. A very big test. 12 and a half years old. Has nothing in his life, no parents, no family, not a penny. Hardly, he doesn't even speak English. He just came to America. Opportunity to become a millionaire overnight. What's the big deal? He sells the menorah. No, he says, this is as an honor to my father and mother's memory. I give up the money. He doesn't want to sell. The guy cannot believe. Bargains with him, maybe give him more. He doesn't want the boy to hear. Don't continue, I'm not selling it. Okay, the guy got disappointed and left. A few days later, Hanukkah came. A few weeks later, Hanukkah came. In the middle of Hanukkah, the boy is very excited. They put the menorah by the window. He puts oil. He's making the bracha and praying to God. This is reminding him of his parents. In the second or the third days of Hanukkah, somebody knocks on the door. Winiger opened the door. Yes. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I was passing by and I saw this beautiful menorah you have by the window and it reminds me Germany. Can I take a look at that if you don't mind? A Jewish woman, European accent. He let her in, she comes to the menorah, she's holding it, she's crying, she's all shivering. What happened, man? You okay? Where did you get this menorah from? It used to be mine in Germany. As she speaks, the little boy comes out of the room, almost fainted to see his mother. What got him back to his mother? That he respected their parents. God said, you know what, you deserve to get your mother back. Maybe it wasn't my plan, but now you get it back. Who knows how his life would be without that choice that he picked. He made the right choice. And in the end, he got results from it. I don't have to tell you, try to imagine this exciting moment. In a world with billions of people, where will he find his mother? After Germany, he was sure she's dead. He wouldn't even look for her. And all of a sudden, he comes to New York, he puts this menorah by the window, the mother passed by, supervision of God to seize and get her child back. There are many stories, there are books like this about amazing stories like this that we can learn a lot from this. You know, there's Rabbi Silver from Cincinnati. You see, one Shabbat, somebody comes to his synagogue on Sabbath and puts a yarmulke on his head. He's not religious. He knows how to pray. He knows everything. He even speaks Yiddish, but he's not religious. So the rabbi comes to him and says, how can it be? You know all the laws, but you're not keeping anything? He said, no, I'm done with God. Forget it. I don't want to hear. So the rabbi told him, why you speak like this? What's the problem? He said, if you would see what I saw in the Holocaust, Rabbi, you also wouldn't be religious. We hear it. The rabbi said, what did you hear? What did you see? He said, you see, we were standing 17 hours. The Nazis would make us stand 17 hours from morning to night when they didn't have what to do with us. We were very skinny. We had one piece of bread. We're standing like this. And some of us are fainting, they shoot. You move a little bit, they shoot. You're not allowed to look. Horrible days. One time my friend behind me say, Fischel, it's 5 minutes before sunset. Soon it's going to get dark. So I say to him, what do I care now? It's getting dark. So we didn't put the feeling all day. In 5 minutes we won't be able to do it. This is the level that we were at. I was very religious, he says. He said, but I tell you why I left everything. We had one guy in a camp that had one pair of tefillin. Nobody were able to smuggle a pair. Only that guy was able to get it. And he found that he's the only one who has. And he made a business out of it. You have to give him something, a potato, a piece of bread, a cigarette, something. If not, he doesn't let you put the tefillin. 5 in the morning when it's freezing, we're getting up, going out, risking our life every morning to put the tefillin on. You understand what we're talking here about? If the Nazis guard come and see us, he shoots all of us, he kills us. Life risk. Well, we didn't give up. So there was the line, people standing on line to put. Everybody gives him something and he let him put. One old person came and said, I'm sorry, I gave you everything I had. I don't have what to give you anymore. Please, let me put. Please, don't make me lose it. All my life I didn't waste a day. I didn't lose a day. The guy told him, I'm very sorry, it's strictly business. No payment, no tefillin. I was standing there watching this. At that moment I got so angry. And I say, you know what? If religion is all about business, I'm done with this. I don't want anything to do with this. That's his words to Rabbi Silver on that Sabbath there. Rabbi Silver told him, your ears should listen to your foolish mouth. Hundreds of Jews gave the last thing they had in their life in this world. Piece of bread, potato, cigarettes, sweater, whatever they had, they gave to put tefillin, not to miss the day. Hundreds of righteous Jews were standing over there not to miss one commandment. You did not learn anything from them. Finally, one wicked Jew, you learn everything from him. Who are you telling stories? It's all excuses. Guess what happened from this moment? The guy opened up his eyes and started to cry. He's crying non-stop. He realized what just happened. Rabbi, you're right. It's all excuses. I messed up my whole life. The rabbi told him, it's not late, my friend. As long as a person is alive and breathing, he can still make repentance. Yes, he lost many years of reward, but he can open a new page with God. Maybe sometimes a person make repentance, he's going to have a chance to be reincarnated to a better life in a different body and start from the beginning. What got him that second chance is the repentance he made before he died. Once he died, it's too late. There's no more repentance. No more tshuva. The Torah says, בדרך שאדם רוצה ללך מוליכים אותו. In a way that a person chooses to walk through, God is walking him there. You want to be righteous, God is helping you. You want to be a murderer, God is helping you. When you go to kill your victim, who gave you the talent to aim and to shoot, to get the gun, to run from the police, to hide, all these things? Who help you to move every second? You may say, why God? Why did you help me to murder? Didn't you know it's a disaster that one day I'll regret it? The answer is, I do not interfere with the free choice of the people. It's all a part of the test. I'm very sorry you did it. It's against the 10 Commandments. But what can I do? What can I do? The Torah says, Ish ba'ar lo yeda. An ignorant will never know. וכסי לא יבין את זאת, and a foolish person will never understand. בפרוח רשעים כמו עשב, that the wicked people popping up from everywhere like grass, like weeds. They popping everywhere. ויציצו כל פועלי האבן, all the wicked people are popping, they're controlling, they're in charge of everything, in the media, in the politics, and they're famous everywhere you go. You see plenty of them. Until you see one righteous person, it's very difficult. בפרוח רשעים כמו עשב, like weeds. What's the end of the sentence? להישמדם עד עד. Moment before I destroy them and cut them permanently, I let them rise. I owe them, what can I do? I have to pay them before. You know, we have to understand what's going on here. The Torah says, I'm not interested to kill the dead. He's dead already spiritually. What's the point? Please help me not to do what the Torah warned. No. Make repentance. Save me. Save me the punishment. Save me all this pain and agony. just before we finished, you know, people would not behave the way they are if they see the immediate reward. But then it wouldn't be a test. One person, Reuven, told his friend Shimon, do me a favor, take this bag full of diamonds, go all the way climbing a mountain, it's very hot outside and humid, do me this favor, take it to my friend Joseph, he's over there in the mountain, and give it to him, and I will really appreciate it. So he takes the bag, he begins to walk. After 10 minutes, he's sweating, his back is breaking. Wow, what did I do? Why did I agree? Why do I always volunteer to these kinds of missions? He's eating his heart. Now, the guy, Reuven, that sends him on a mission, is watching him with his binoculars this whole time, and he's laughing. Look at him, he's very upset. After 10 minutes that he sees sitting on a rock, his wife is calling him, he's very angry. What did I do? Why are you bothering me now? You always have the wrong timing. Then Reuven is calling him up. Shimon, why are you so upset over there? I forgot to tell you one very important detail. What is it? When you get all the way out to the mountain, my friend Joseph is taking one diamond from this whole bag, and all the rest of the diamonds is your reward for taking it up for me. I appreciate it very much. I have to go. Goodbye. What would happen now to this guy Shimon that was sitting, cursing, upset on the floor and wants to kill himself from disappointment? Get up like a lion, like a tiger, getting up the bag. It's not heavy anymore. It's not hot. It's not suffering anymore. Now if his wife is going to call again, oh, darling, very good you're calling, perfect timing, everything changed. Why? The weather is the same weather. The body is the same body. The weight of the bag is the same weight. Everything is the same. Something changed in the mind. He just realized, I'm not doing it for him. I'm doing it for myself. I'm earning. This is what God says to us so many places in the Torah, but we are blinded. We're blinded by our sometimes stupidity. I don't know how to call it. We are blinded. We don't read. How many times you need God to repeat in the Torah that everything you do for yourself? You will see that I'm faithful to pay you your reward. I'm not a politician that promised before the election that I'm going to do everything before the election, and comes after the election, I don't remember a word. No. I am the faithful God. And when I promise something, I always keep my word. In the Holocaust, the Nazis used to make the test on the Sabbath. The Torah say, and the nation of Israel observed the Sabbath to make the Sabbath an eternal covenant. Between me and the nation of Israel, it's a sign for eternity that I am God, created the world in 6 days, and in 7 days I rested. You should not violate the rules of my Sabbath. It's an eternal covenant. And a Jew that will do that, God forbid, if they would only know what they're bringing on themselves, they'll never dare to do it. And if a Jew would only know, ignorance is very, very painful price. The Torah say, someone who cut himself out of my Torah by not keeping my Sabbath, actually cut himself out of Judaism. Why? That's the foundation of all Judaism, the Sabbath. This is the eternal covenant. It's a special day for me. It's a holy day. It's a rest from this world and going to the spiritual world. And God says, and that soul is been cut. God forbid, I'm scared even to say it. It's been cut out of my nation permanently. Read, it's inside the Torah 12 times, more than anything else, besides loving the converts. Almost everything else, 12 different times it repeats. Do not dare to violate the Sabbath. If person review the 10 commandments, it go from the most important to the least important. The first one, I am the God that took you out of Egypt. The second one, you should not have any other God. The third one, do not swear and lie in the name of God. All three ones, it's really one, because it's all about, you should know there's one God, respect him, don't use his name for making sins. Okay. What comes right after? Observe the Sabbath. It's a holy day. It's the eternal covenant between me and the nation of Israel for generation, for eternity. To teach the world that I created this world in 6 days, in the 7 days I rested. That's why you, the Jew, you are my representative in the world here. You have to do what I said. And don't worry, I'll pay you for that. You're not doing it for free. Most of the Jews today, they grow up to an environment, they don't even know that the Sabbath is something special. They drive, they smoke, they turn electric on, they sew, they ride, they do all kinds of sins that they're not supposed to, and they're not even aware of what's going on. They're violating the most important covenant. Ignorance again. In the time of the Holocaust, the Nazis make the trials on the Sabbath to humiliate the Jews as much as possible. And one time they brought a woman, they blame her that she gave bread to somebody beyond the fence. She threw a loaf of bread, and the soldiers caught her and brought her to trial. The judge is a Jew. The capos, the police are Jews. The person who writes the protocol is a Jew. And the defendant is also a Jew. Everyone is a Jew. The audience is German Nazi soldiers. It's a show for them. They bring the woman on a Sabbath. They ask the judge, the Jewish judge, ask her, ma'am, are you the one who threw the bread? You know, it's against the law here in this camp. Did you throw the bread? She doesn't answer. He asks 3-4 times. She doesn't answer. The Nazi tells the judge one last chance. If she doesn't answer, execution. She doesn't answer. Her son screaming from the audience, Mom, it wasn't you. You were with us. We all of us are witnesses. She doesn't answer. The poor judge, what can he do? He said, death sentence. They take her out. As she walks out, her son comes to hold her hand. Mommy, why are you committing suicide? The Torah says a person has to do everything to survive, not to give up life. Why are you doing it? Why you didn't speak? It wasn't you. She looked at her son and said, you fool! If I would answer, the Jew that writes the protocol would have to write on the Sabbath. Don't you know it's against the laws of God? It's a holy day. Why should I make him execute himself by making a sin to save my own life? She made a very big mistake in the law, because the Torah says that if a person has a life risk, then the law is postponed. It's been put on hold until the life risk is over. She didn't know that part. But how much she was willing to give for one violation, not to do it. One sin not to make. And nobody puts a gun to our head. We choose to make all these sins out of ignorance, sometimes out of foolishness. If we only knew how much we lose for the little that we gain by going to the mall or to the beach for an hour or two, that we watch something on the Sabbath on television or do certain things that we like to do, how much we are losing, we will never forgive ourselves. And time is up. We basically conclude. There's a lot more to say. If you are interested in more information, please go into my website, divineinformation.com, and you have many hundreds of lectures over there. And just before I finish, I'll tell you the last story to keep you with a great memory from this lecture. There was one guy, Maurice Schechter. He's a secular Jew from London. He's sitting with Goldstein in a plane, one observant Jew, religious. They sit together on a plane, and the religious Jew is trying to convince him to put tefillin. He said, no, leave me alone. I'm a survivor from the Holocaust. I'm not interested. I'm done with him. I'm done. As they arrive to Israel, the religious Jew said, wow, I didn't even get his telephone number. We've been talking for 10 hours, and I didn't get to be in touch with him. Maybe I will inspire him. So he's eating his heart. What can he do? It was the time of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. The religious guy is going to King David Hotel in Jerusalem for the 10 days of the month of Tishrei, between Rosh Hashanah and Kippur. He has a special chazan. They brought an Ashkenazi cantor that has supposedly the greatest voice, one of the best in the world. And the wealthy people go, it's a very expensive hotel, but they go to spend 2 weeks over there every year. And every year they bring a good chazan. So this year they brought a new cantor, and he's going to sing. And this Maurice, whatever he does in Israel, he does. In the middle of the prayer on Yom Kippur, they have a break for 1 hour. Goldstein is going on the street, he's walking, you know, breathing some fresh air. Guess who he sees? Maurice Schechter is sitting on a bench eating a sandwich on Yom Kippur that the Torah said that you have to fast. In the street! That was very rare in those days, that somebody would dare to sit in the street and eat a sandwich in Yom Kippur on the street in public. He's eating the sandwich, he's looking at him, and he say, Maurice, I can't believe I found you. I didn't stop thinking about you. You eating a sandwich on Yom Kippur on the street? He say, I told you I'm done with him. I'm not a hypocrite. I do whatever I want, yes. He said, okay, Maurice, let's not get into it. But one thing I want you to do, please. You told me about your son, Moshe. You told me about him that, you know, he died, the Nazis killed him, and since then you finished with religion and everything. Your son's name was Pinchas. You told me about your son, Pinchas, that the Nazis killed. Now, they inside the shul, they make a special prayer for the souls of all the deceased people. I want you to come 10 minutes and give the cantor his name for make a special prayer for your son. You done with him, but you didn't done with your son. He's thinking, hesitating. I say, okay, I'll come. He throw the sandwich away. He comes in the middle of Yom Kippur inside King David Hotel. He goes inside and he comes to this cantor. He says to him, can you make a special prayer for my son? So what's your son's name? He say, Pinchas. Pinchas ben Moshe. Maurice is Moshe in Hebrew. So he say, Pinchas ben Moshe. So the counter say, Pinchas ben Moshe what? What's the last name? He say, Schechter. The cantor scream, Dad! Father! 35 years I'm looking for you. I can't believe you came all the way to me in the middle of Yom Kippur. Guess at the shock that everybody had over there. Hugs, crying. For 1 hour, everyone in that shul was crying in the middle of Yom Kippur. For sure, everybody that day made repentance. What's the chance that Maurice Schechter will go to Israel, sit on Yom Kippur, eating a sandwich, rebelling against God, is angry against God? The Jew, the religious Jew, walk in the street, he sees him sitting on a bench out of nowhere. He's begging him to come in and he agrees. Just imagine if he would not agree. This is what the Torah says, Yesh Adam koneh olamo berega echad. Sometimes a Jew can turn his life to a positive in one moment. One decision. Everything turns around. I want to wish each one of you that watch this movie that right now, not tomorrow, this moment, after you finish watching this movie, you're going to accept some things to going to change your life. Not to stay the same way, because after a day or two, nobody will remember what he just heard. Right now, it's influential. It made some impact on you. Take advantage on a moment, because tomorrow it won't be the same. Once you accept to change, to go to learn more Torah, to make some adjustments, slowly but surely, like they said, your life will never be the same. And the most important thing is getting the ticket that God promised us, the nation of Israel, for life of eternity. Thank you very much for listening, and good night.